Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the ordinary meeting of Council, 28th of January 2025. Thank you for all those who are in attendance tonight in the public gallery and those at home watching. I'll start with an acknowledgement of country. Lithgow City Council acknowledges the Wiradjuri elders, past and present, of the Wiradjuri Nation, the original custodians of the land on which the Lithgow communities reside. The Council also extends our respects to our neighbouring nations. Declaration of webcasting. I inform all those in attendance at this meeting that the meeting is being webcast and that those in attendance should refrain from making any defamatory statements concerning any person, councillor or employee, and refrain from discussing those matters subject to closed council proceeding as indicated in clause 14.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I note that all councillors are present. Declaration of interest. Yes, Councillor Evangelides.
You want that now?
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. In the business papers 3.8, I'm asking council for a loan, and I'm the sole director of the Lithgow Comedy Festival. So when that comes up, I'll vacate the premises.
Thank you, Councillor Evangelides. Councillor Smith.
I may have a pecuniary interest in two noms here, 2.6 and 2.7. I don't believe I have, but I will put it forward when these are addressed.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I have one. 2.3, non-significant pecuniary interest, and I will be leaving the chamber. So I'm asking Councillor Ring, the Deputy Mayor, to step in and chair that particular item. Do we have any further than that?
Mayor Coleman, I have what I believe a minor non-pecuniary interest. I'm on an executive of a community sporting club, not the Lithgow Golf Club, who also pays a payment for use of a council facility for its games during the year. But I won't be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any further? No? Okay, we'll move on. I have two sets of minutes. So we've got one set from the ordinary meeting of council held the 25th of November 2024. Do I have a mover?
Point of order, Mayor, in regards to that confirmation of the minutes on the 25th of November, under the declarations of interest, it indicates that I, Councillor Entices, will not vacate the chambers when the item is discussed. I did in fact say that I will be vacating the chambers, and I did so later on in the meeting. So that not could be deleted. Thank
you, Councillor Entices. Did the minute taker get that? Thank you, Councillor Entices. Can I have a mover? No. Councillor Ring?
Yes, Miss. I have something that I'd like to understand, please.
I'll just get a second to Councillor Statham to this, and then, yeah, thank you, Councillor Entices. Then, Councillor Statham, did you want to speak?
Yes, in the minutes, it clearly didn't reflect what occurred when we chose the committee members. And in the end, I believe, you turned around and said, I'll just let everybody go on the committee. Everyone can go on the committee.
Which one are you referring to, Councillor Statham? What point of the minutes are you referring to?
The ordinary meeting, extraordinary meeting. No, the ordinary meeting in December. It was very clear. There was a lot of conversation
We're currently discussing the 25th of November.
Okay.
So is that what you're referring to? Whereabouts in the minutes are you referring to on the 25th of November?
Exactly where we were choosing who was going to be on the committee. And there was quite a lot of interaction. Normally we have the mayor is to be able to attend every meeting, every committee meeting if they so wish, and there's another one or two. And then in the end, a lot of people were, I'm sure the councillors remember it, you only have to go back and have a look. A lot of people were debating it.
Sorry, I don't mean to be persistent, but Councillor Statham, where are you referring to? So you've got the minutes in front of you.
In the extraordinary meeting in December.
In December? Well,
The meeting of council, the last meeting of council.
Well, that's the 11th of December, or is that the 25th of November? 25th of November you're referring to?
No, the 11th of December, the last meeting when we actually did the choosing of who was on
that was the 25th of November. So let's have a look.
Maybe it was there, I don't know. But when I looked at it today, I thought they're incorrect, and I've never complained before. but that certainly doesn't reflect what occurred.
Okay, so you're entitled to vote against those minutes if you feel so.
I will definitely.
Okay,
Yes,
so
right.
I've got a mover, a seconder, and Councillor Statham, you can choose what to do.
As the seconder, I agree with what Councillor Statham is saying. It wasn't actually recorded in the minutes, but it was verbal at the meeting where you, Mayor, indicated that all councillors could participate in all the committees. Obviously, some were delegates to that committee, and it's, I think it's been a general invitation that if councillors are interested, they can go to any of the committee meetings off their own bat, and they may not be a delegated councillor to that meeting, but it was just the fact that we could all go. It's just that we're not all members of the committees, but there are set delegates that were voted for, but it was a verbal instruction or a verbal statement that you made that's not recorded in here. So, and I'm assuming that that still applies.
Absolutely, Councillor Tysos. Yes, Councillor Ring.
The only difference this time to any other council was the fact that rather than voting in a specific number of councillors for any committee, it was thrown open that anyone who wanted to be on the committee as a voting member could be. Now, originally there was a mix-up. I wasn't put on one meeting. I contacted the General Manager. It was rectified. I think if anyone feels they missed out, it's just a simple matter of sending an email to the General Manager. I don't see it as being a major issue. Someone wants to be a voting delegate, just send an email in. Let's just keep it simple.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Does that suffice, Councillor Statham? Okay, so Councillor Ring, you've moved the minutes. Councillor Tysos, you second them. Are you still happy to do so?
Absolutely.
All right. So we'll put those. All those in favour? All those against? Declare them carried. Then we'll go to the next set of minutes, which is the extraordinary meeting of Council held the 11th of December 2024. Is there a mover? Councillor Ring? Is there a seconder? Councillor Fredericks? Is there any debate? No? I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Second item on the business is commemorations and announcements. On behalf of the Lithgow City Council, the Mayor expressed sincere sympathy and condolence to the families who had lost loved ones since the last council meeting. I'd also like to acknowledge the staff for Australia Day event in Queen Elizabeth Park. It was a lovely day, and I'd like to send my wishes to the staff and thanking them for that. I'd also like to acknowledge the Luwerawang Progress Association in regards to their event on the day. That was very well put together. And I'd also like to acknowledge the Portland committee who did the Portland Australia Day event as well, and they were very well attended. I'd like to thank the councillors that were there, and it was a very good day, and congratulations to all those who were nominated and won prizes, or won their category. Thank you. We'll now move on to public forum.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Before we proceed, could you ask all residents in attendance to put their phones on silent?
Yes, if I could please have all the residents put their phones on silent that's in the public gallery, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Public forum. So any person registered to speak during public forum can speak. So I've got a list here, so we'll start with the list. If you also wish to speak on any agenda item, you can do so as well, but we'll start with those who are currently registered. So the first person is Michelle Jonker-Daly. If you'd like to come to the lectern, you have the floor.
Yama, Yuindu, Michelle Jonker-Daly. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm situated on Wiradjuri country and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, recognising that sovereignty has never ceded, with continued culture, connection and intrinsic belonging among living and non-living beings within these spaces and places. I acknowledge deep wisdom present in ways of knowing, being and doing. I witness resilience against the impacts of colonisation and come as an imperfect ally in peaceful protest with you. I'm a local mother who recently shared our experience of navigating our healthcare system when my 17-year-old son, Kyle, had a grossly enlarged appendix and spent over 30 hours fighting for his life in the healthcare system before receiving treatment. In the days following his operation, he then fought again to overcome a severe infection. He has been recovering from the incident. We have since received his full medical records and a medical review is now underway. We're waiting for a response on the outcome of this investigation. I commend Kyle on his strength throughout this, and I'll be keeping the community updated on the outcome of Kyle's medical review. There was a large community response, with many individuals also sharing their grievances with the state of the healthcare system, including, but not limited to, issues related to the lack of services within our region, delays to treatment, and lack of adequate health care. Among these included stories of loss and permanent impairment. I'm not here today to share the intimate impact of what living through this experience has had, although there will be a time and place for that. I'm here mainly to extend my empathy to all those who have also suffered similar experiences, to advocate for our community and keep the conversation going about how we can collectively work towards improving our healthcare system so that no other patients have to experience the excessive pain that Kyle went through, or no other families have to endure witnessing their loved ones suffering over something that could have otherwise been avoided given better conditions. I appreciate the effort of many members within this community who have been rallying behind sharing this lived experience, including Liz Fredericks, who brought this proposal forward for addressing these issues with you today. An appropriate way to capture the severity of what has been happening in our healthcare system in the Lithgow LGA could be to ensure the inclusion of community members, healthcare providers, past and present, local families and patients in the conversation, allowing for a more comprehensive and informed approach moving forward, making sure that their stories aren't overlooked and that they remain relevant. The complexities of the impact of a lack of services in our Lithgow LGA is vast, so I stand in support of developing a discussion paper that's exploring the interconnected and overlapping issues that our community faces, which includes...
Move. Seconded.
Thank you. I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Michelle, please continue.
The lived experience of those living in our region, so we capture the depths beyond a name on paper. I was highly concerned that my son was slipping under the radar, and without my advocacy and some of those of the proactive paramedics and nurses who took these raised issues seriously, I had raised concerns that the outcome could have looked differently than having the blessing of Kyle home with me now. Our local paramedics already have work underway on behalf of our community. Among the issues raised by paramedics is that shifts are being left unfilled without paying overtime to existing local staff that could fill the shifts if our regional service was adequately funded. I'll provide the council with information and a QR code, and I hope that this will be able to be explored in more depth. When referring to the data shared by the Australian Commission of Safety and Quality in Healthcare in 2017-2018 in Australia, 140,393 people experienced hospital-acquired complications, which averages 384 per day. I'm overwhelmed over the vulnerability that Kyle faced, and he could have easily ended up like one of the 27,000 potentially avoidable deaths per year that occur in Australia, which averages 73 potentially avoidable deaths per day. This has been based on the 2018 statistics shared by the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. Further statistics in UNSW research state that as many as 18,000 people in Australia die every year due to medical error, plus around 50,000 per year suffer permanent injury. The sources of these statistics will also be shared with Council. These experiences are shown to be more concentrated among the Indigenous population and those who are geographically disadvantaged, such as those living in under-resourced regional and rural communities like ours. The statistics here are shared and national, and I hope that by having a comprehensive look into what is happening locally via the discussion paper, we'll see how dense that looks in this part of the Lithgow LGA. These statistics are not just numbers, there are people who matter. It is vulnerable and confronting to speak up, but if we can take our pain and turn it into something meaningful, something bigger, there's healing in that. Knowing that speaking up has the potential to lead to better outcomes for our community makes it feel worthwhile. Our voices can make a difference, which will become potent when we speak collectively. Finally, I'd like to call people to action and be part of this discussion. Make it bigger, make it louder, and approach this differently. By participating in a community-led project in the form of a photography exhibition. Let's show the faces and the stories behind the regional statistics within our community and be raw and real about the ongoing impacts of living in our under-resourced community. This photography exhibition is in the initial phases of development, and I encourage those who want to play a part in this to reach out. Kauai.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. The next speaker is Mr. Rob White.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you for listening to me. My name is Rob White. I'm speaking on behalf of the Concerned Lithgow Community Group Inc. At the Ordinary Council meeting on the 28th of October 2024, this council voted 8-1 in favour of a recommendation to oppose the Lake Lyell pumped hydro, or pumped hydro generally, in the Lithgow district. It's now time for the council to back that decision by voting to place a submission with the New South Wales State Government over the Lake Lyell project. We need to do it now, and I have reasons for saying that which I'll expand upon. Firstly, we know that Energy Australia is expecting to submit their environmental impact statement to the New South Wales major projects in the near future. When that happens, a clock starts ticking. The submission period for submissions from council and the public is typically 28 days. This is a very narrow window that requires the council to be proactive rather than reactive, so action needs to happen now. Secondly, there is a wealth of knowledge that's already out there about this project, put out by Energy Australia, put out by community members, including our group. So there's no shortage of information that's out there to make a decision. While the EIS will provide certain insights into it, an EIS is essentially a refinement of the information that is already available. So it is not a deciding factor of when you start to do a submission. Given the evidence that's available already, it's clear that the council has the opportunity to take leadership and move forward with some sort of submission starting shortly. Acting early allows council to allocate staff and resources and effectively ensure a well articulated and informed submission in a timely manner with the input of councillors. It's important to recognise the timescale for this. Lithgow Council meets approximately once per month, or regularly once per month. That means it's every 30 or 31 days. The submission period for the EIS is typically 28 days. So in theory, there's a real chance that the submission could go by without a council meeting even existing. This creates a real risk that council may be sidelined inadvertently. By beginning the process now, the council will mitigate this problem and will not be caught off guard.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. So I have a seconder. Councillor Fredericks, I'll put that. All those in favour? Yeah, no problem. That's Julie, you're finished. All those in favour, all those against? Declare that carried. Continue, Mr. White.
I've got much longer to go. So, if we begin the process now, it mitigates that particular problem. Additionally, council staff will have time to prepare a high quality transmission, and this is not a task that can be done overnight, which I think council staff would acknowledge. So starting early provides the council staff with the necessary time and resources, and in particular that allows them time to consult with the councillors on their opinions on this, to draft a report that can be then examined, and also the document can be refined to a high level of what we would expect from council. If this council wishes to be perceived as a proactive council rather than a reactive council, and I realise all the councillors would wish for that to happen, then we need to start this process of articulation now. So I recommend that notice of motion 2.7 that refers to this. It's simple and straightforward agenda item, and I would encourage councillors to vote in favour of that and not basically wait and leave council in the lurch by not being ready to put such a submission in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Next person on the list is Mr. Heron.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I will be as brief as I possibly can. Item 2.6 under the heading Background says, an EA newsletter which contains possible misleading and unestablished information must be refuted. And it'll come as no surprise to councillors to know that I support that recommendation that follows. I would like to add 3 misleading statements. I'm sorry to have to say this, but I have to, that are contained in the community newsletter which everybody has received. And I suggest that Energy Australia cannot be trusted to publish information which does not contain misleading information. The 3 matters I'd like to refer to are, and I'll do it very quickly, are firstly, under the heading, the change in the water level will make the lake unavailable for recreation. Nowhere in that comment is any mention made of the problem of mudflats. And we have previously made it clear that a 2-metre drop in the level of the lake will convert to a 10-metre horizontal mudflat. In Wallerawang 18 months ago, I raised this matter with the Chief Engineer of EA. He may be here tonight, I'm not sure. And I said, what are you going to do about the problem of the mudflats which are dangerous and which will prevent the lake being used by the campers? He said, we're aware of that problem, and our answer is going to be to bring multiple truckloads of sand to create artificial beaches. That is what he said. No mention is made of that ridiculous suggestion in this document. The second matter I'd like to refer to is under the heading, why don't you just build more grid-scale batteries? Now, the answer to that is that batteries have a lifespan of between 15 to 20 years, while pumped hydro has a lifespan of 80 to 100 years. But no mention is made there of what is going to happen after 80 years when this project ends its life. Who's going to deconstruct it? What's going to happen to it? Are we going to be left with this terrible reservoir on the top of Mount Walker? No mention at all is made of that. Now, the third matter I refer to, I regard as much more serious. If you look at the community newsletter, on the first and last page, but particularly the last page, you see a beautiful photograph of the pristine area, Mount Walker and Lake Lyell, that are going to be affected by this project. Now that is going to be looked at by the community.
Hang on, Mr. Heron. I've got Councillor Fredericks has moved an extension. Councillor Tyson has seconded. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Until you finish, Mr. Heron. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm nearly finished. Now that picture misleads the readers of this document into thinking that they're going to be kept with this beautiful picture. Why else would they put it in there? In truth, of course, the real picture is this. The real picture of what's going to happen when this project goes ahead is this. And this is a document that was produced by EA. So instead of showing this real picture, here's another one, which is even more dramatic and disturbing and worrying, frankly terrifying. That is the picture of what's going to happen. What do Energy Australia show? That's what they show. This beautiful scene. Now, I say that that is a deceptive and misleading document, because those who read it will be led to believe that all they have to worry about is anything else but the destruction of this scene. So I support both of the recommendations in the business paper tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heron. The next speaker I have is Mr. Greg Guest.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm speaking.
That's
Quite happy to second it.
That's a very good idea. So, Councillor Ticehurst has moved an extension till he's finished. Mr. Guest's finished. Sorry, Greg. And Councillor Ring has seconded that. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, Mr. Guest.
Thank you. So I'm here to speak on behalf of Lithgow Golf Club. I'm the current president of Lithgow Golf Club. There's a few things going around social media about the golf club, which has caused a lot of stress to the members and to the employees of the club. Now we're talking about here the notice of motion 210 financial Lithgow Golf Club. As per the management comments to that 2.10, the Lithgow Golf Club will be hosting an information session at the club on Tuesday the 11th of February 2025 for council representatives and councillors. And I would suggest that at that meeting there'll be a lot of questions asked and a lot of questions answered. So there are many items up for discussion in this session, including the forming of a working party involving the council, councillors and golf club representatives, focusing on an updated lease agreement so that we can work together toward a fair and equitable outcome for both club and the community. The council has unfortunately had restrictions for more than 3 years, which have not allowed us to use volunteers, of which we have many on the course. We have been patiently awaiting the new council volunteers policy, which is currently in draft form. Nonetheless, our volunteer board, along with the staff and members, have been working tirelessly to improve the golf club and maintain this valuable historic community asset. A little bit of general information about the club. In 2024, over 14,000 rounds of golf were played at Lithgow Golf Club, which is the most rounds that have been played for many years. The course is open to everyone, making golf accessible to the entire community. Golf provides numerous health benefits, including mental and social well-being. Many people come to the course before and after work to unwind, enjoy the fresh air and experience the serenity of the course. Mental health benefits include stress relief from being outdoors in a peaceful natural setting and the physical activities involved. A round of golf can help reduce anxiety and improve mood. It promotes focus and mindfulness, taking your mind off daily worries, while social interactions on the course can boost feelings of connection and reduce loneliness. This was exemplified through the COVID period, golf being one of the very few outdoor activities that were permitted. The club serves as an important venue for community events, hosting local organisations for meetings, meals and social gatherings. Every week we welcome visitors from out of town who contribute to the local economy by staying in motels and supporting local businesses. Golf plays a crucial role in the lives of retirees that are a growing percentage of Lithgow's population. Having a golf course in town makes Lithgow more attractive as a retirement destination. The golf club also plays an important role in introducing children to the game of golf. We host school groups and we are now running junior clinics which have proved to be highly successful. Golf provides a safe and positive outdoor activity for young people, encouraging them to stay active while enjoying the social and mental health benefits. It is very pleasing to see an increase in the number of juniors playing golf regularly after school, on weekends and in school holidays. The club has also seen an increase in female participation thanks to the introduction of ladies' clinics and social golfing events. These programs provided a welcoming and supportive environment for women of all ages and skill levels to learn and enjoy the game. They are finding that golf is a fantastic sport for fitness, social connections and mental well-being, and we are proud to see more women taking up the sport. The club, not council, employs 8 local residents who work in the club, providing valuable jobs in our community. These employees work hard to keep the facilities running smoothly, ensuring a great experience for members and visitors alike. We're committed to supporting the local economy by using local tradespeople for maintenance and improvement projects. Additionally, we purchase supplies from Lithgow businesses whenever possible, ensuring that the club operations contribute to the local jobs and the economy. Lithgow Golf Club offers a range of benefits not only to its members but also to the broader community and the council. As a central meeting point, it fosters social connections, strengthens community ties and creates a welcoming space for locals to come together, whether for recreational, business or social purposes. The club's diverse facilities can host events from community group meetings to charity fundraisers, supporting various local initiatives, enriching the area's social fabric. For the council, the golf club serves as a valuable community asset, encouraging tourism and local economic activity, especially through hosting tournaments and events that attract visitors. Moreover, the club's role as a venue for local gatherings and celebration contributes to a sense of civic pride and well-being. By supporting Lithgow Golf Club, both the local community and the council benefit from a venue that promotes cohesion, local culture, history and economic growth. The current board believes we have turned a corner in the last few years that will lead to a greater return to council and community while maintaining and improving this wonderful facility. In closing, I would like to say that Lithgow Golf Club is more than just a sporting venue. It's a hub for the community, a driver of tourism and an asset to the local economy. We welcome the opportunity to work with the council to find a positive path forward for the benefit of all. Thank you very much for allowing us to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Guest. Our next speaker is Ms. Goodsell.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor, councillors and staff present. I wish to speak to the notice of motion in the business paper item tonight, 2.10, Lithgow City Council's financials for the Lithgow Golf Club. I'm not speaking on behalf of the golf club. Since November last year, there has been a great deal of discussion in the community around this topic. There are serious concerns regarding the Lithgow Golf Club and its future, particularly around its ongoing lease. Excuse me. Before councillors tonight, in the business paper, is details of the Lithgow Golf Club's financials with the recommendation to be noted only, which means no real discussion is needed unless, of course, it is amended or a different motion is presented. In reference to those financials presented, has the same level of investment, scrutiny and detail been provided holistically for all council-owned and maintained assets across our entire local government area? It would be reassuring excuse me, to believe this is something that has been considered in conjunction with the facts before you tonight, just regarding the golf club. Sorry. Those in attendance tonight are here in solidarity out of pure possible confusion, shock, concern and fear, as there has been recent communication within the community in relation to the possibility of a motion possibly ceasing the current month-to-month lease, the current service agreement, and also a calling for expressions of interest for suitable parties to lease the golf club. Consideration has been made and given to in that communication for council ground maintenance staff only. Those here tonight could be members of the golf club, regular players, social members, or invested or community members, invested or interested community members. More importantly, however, in the gallery tonight there may be residents directly employed by the golf club, local volunteers serving as executive on the golf club board of directors, maybe one of the many staff employed in the popular restaurant, or even Lithgow City Council employees who do a great job maintaining this magnificent asset. All of those mentioned could feel they have effectively been put on notice by a possible amended or alternate recommendation tonight in the business paper. Let's hope that is not the case. It would be a terribly unpleasant feeling, not knowing if you are going to be impacted. And yes, there's people's jobs, their livelihoods, their families, and their futures may become incredibly uncertain. This, of course, is all.
Thank you. Councillor Statham has moved an extension. Councillor Goodwin has seconded that. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried.
This, of course, is all speculative at the moment. The residents behind me would not be in the gallery tonight if the current recommendation in the business paper was only to be noted, and if that was to be voted on and put. The matter before you tonight, councillors, is not actionable as it stands. The fear is this is not what may be voted upon tonight. Currently, the golf club is operating on a month-to-month basis, as the lease expired a significant time ago. Has there been an opportunity for the golf club to discuss or negotiate and advocate for a new lease with council? This could be a recommended option in the business papers if they were to be amended tonight. The community want to see council working alongside community. A collaborative approach with all parties working together and discussions held directly with the golf club executive could be a direction forward. The club could be afforded an opportunity, at the very least, to provide a complete and comprehensive understanding for all of this valuable asset and what it provides to our community. There is potentially a lot to lose. All steps could be taken to negotiate in the very first instance and work beside community, namely the golf club. There must be some middle ground here, with the bare minimum being an opportunity for the golf club to make representations regarding a new lease. I do hope the motion before you tonight remains to be noted only, or if not, a recommendation is forthcoming for discussions to be initiated immediately between the Lithgow Golf Club and Council regarding a lease, as it is long overdue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms Goodsell. If there's anybody who wishes to speak on any item on the agenda now, can please come forward. If not, we'll move on. Thank you.
Mayor Coleman, could I move to procedural motions, please?
Yep. What would you like to
The
move?
first is to move item 316 to the beginning of the council reports. And the second is to deal with items 2.5 and 3.9 concurrently, as they are effectively dealing with the same issue.
That's fine.
Get clarification, which ones we're talking about again?
Councillor Ring?
316 is the relining or cleaning out of water pipes. Mr. Trapp's wife's recently had a baby. He has been on leave. He had no one else to fill in tonight. That's why he's here. So it's just a courtesy to a staff member. The other two are dealing with the destination management plan strategy.
Mayor, I was looking at, because if we're going, I was going to go through the public gallery as 2.4, which is the health issue in regards to the hospital where the speaker spoke, and the second one was the 2.9, and then I'm quite happy to accommodate the other two after, or the others after that.
Councillor Ring, are you happy? Councillor Ring, are you happy with
Yeah,
that?
I've got no problem with that.
2.10.
2.10? Yep.
No problem.
So, did we get that? Yep. So, what are we moving forward, councillors? Councillor Ring?
We're bringing 3.16 to the commencement of the council reports, of the council administrative reports, and we are dealing with items 2.5 and 3.9 concurrently as one issue.
And you're moving...
And before we did those two, we'll do 2.4 and 2.10. Since they arose out of the public gallery.
Great, thank
I'd
you.
certainly agree with that.
Yep, not a problem. So,
Can I just ask that also we had speakers on 2.6 and also 2.7. So in the same, keeping with the same principle, I'd suggest those also are brought
so we're
forward.
moving forward 2.6. And what else, Councillor Marnie?
2.7.
Okay, so we'll start with 2.4, 2.10. Is that right?
Yes, Mayor Coleman.
2.6, 2.7. All right, that's fine. And I'll do my mayoral minute first. All right, and then we'll move those forward. Are we all happy with that? Yep. Great. Thank you. All right. I'll just do my mayoral minute and we'll move on to those. Thank you, councillors. I'll start with the commentary. The provision of good health services across the local government area in our towns and rural area is an important focus. There has been examples of both extraordinary services provided by local health providers to in-need members of our community, and of the challenges that our community faces assessing some of our other critical health services. While we as a council work with our range of local and government health providers to retain and improve the services we should have as a community, I also wish to encourage our community to use our local community health providers that do provide key services. The more our community uses local health services, whether it be our very experienced and focused GPs or specialists that provide services to the Lithgow community, the more those services feel valued and encouraged to remain. One local key health provider I would like to remind the community about is the key specialist services provided by our very own Lithgow Community Private Hospital and Specialist Centre. Lithgow Community Private was created by the Lithgow community for the community about 23 years ago when we faced closure of our public hospital. Lithgow Community Private is a non-for-profit charitable organisation. Lithgow Community Private supports the local doctors and hosts a team of over 20 visiting medical specialists that come to Lithgow to see patients so that they don't have to leave town to see them. These specialist services include cardiologists, orthopaedic surgeons, ophthalmologist services and neurologists, to name just a few. Each year this local specialist centre provides over 10,000 patient appointments. Without this service, all these patients would have to travel out of our local government area. That includes 750 surgeries that would otherwise have to be done in the public hospital, reducing their capacity, or sent to hospitals in Penrith, Bathurst, Orange or beyond. Since Lithgow Community Private inception, that's about 250,000 trips outside of the local government area saved. Despite this, Lithgow Community Private needs Beside this, Lithgow Community Private needs more community support. The combined effects of COVID, further restrictions of medical services in Lithgow, increasing costs and limited availability of professional means that the Lithgow Community Private is struggling to maintain and grow these important community services. I would like to encourage our residents in Lithgow to check with the Lithgow Community Private or your local GP to see if a specialist is available to help you avoid travelling out of town. It is important that we utilise our local health services so that we don't lose them. The recommendation is that Council endorses the mayoral minute to encourage community support for Lithgow residents to utilise Lithgow Community Private if a specialist is available. Is there any debate on that?
Yes, Mayor. I'd actually like to add an additional point, if I may.
What was your additional point, Councillor Bing?
That the issue of specialist services is referred to the Health Working Party to investigate and provide a report to the March Council meeting on the specialist services offered at the Lithgow Private Hospital, Lithgow Public Hospital, GP clinics and general practitioners with specialisations.
That's fine, I'm happy to include that.
If I could just speak to it.
Not a problem.
The Lithgow Private Hospital does provide a good service. However, if you have complex medical issues, the specialists that go there may not be appropriate for your needs. Unfortunately, the way government funding is, if there's a specialist here, regardless if they can meet or can't meet your needs, you can't get financial assistance for travelling to St Vincent's or to Wahronga or some of the extensive hospitals. Some of the GP clinics also offer...
Councillor Wing, can I just ask you to pause for a minute?
Yep. The staff have got the...
We just have a noise just that was like to continue?
Yeah, okay. Number of the GP clinics also have their own specialist cardiologists, dietitians, podiatrists. As well, we have a number of GPs that are also specialists. They're not specialists in we're charging you $500 an hour specialist or $500 a visit, but we have at least 2 GPs who have got paediatric qualifications. They are limited in what they can do. We also have most of the anaesthetists in Lithgow are GPs. So we do have a number of GPs. I only found about the paediatricians in the last 2-3 weeks. It's really critical that we understand what's out there so that we know where people can go.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Do I have any further debate? Yes, Councillor Fredericks.
As this does sort of tie into what I have put forward, it's not just the public health system that is in crisis, it's also the private healthcare system. Unfortunately, though, with our community, we do have a large sector of those on the lower social economic spectrum. So private health isn't always an option for them, and they do have to go onto the wait list to see specialists in the public sector. As much as I want to 100% get behind our private health, I understand why that is not a possibility for absolutely everybody. So I would like everyone to keep that in mind as well. It's not the poor's fault if they can't use it.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Any further debate? I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, Councillor.
I just have a point of order, Mayor.
Yep.
I noticed with all the notices of motion, to which there's 12, that there's management comment, but it doesn't tell me who made the comment, whether it's a general manager or one of the other managers. I was wondering whether you could go through them and just tell me who's doing the different management thing, because there's no names to them, and it'd be nice to know who's giving the advice in the business paper. So if I could ask you to find out who 2.1 is in regards to the waiver of the balance bill.
Well, I'll do, Councillor Tysus, is refer that to the General Manager, and he can do that if you like. Mr. Gurney?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, we can certainly identify it. Maybe as we go through, 2.1, for example, was the Director of Finance and Governance.
So are you happy for us to go through them, Councillor Tysus? So, right, okay, thank you. So the first notice of motion is 2.4, which is Councillor Fredericks. Request Mayor, Council and Health Working Group to petition Health Minister Ryan Parks, MP and State Government. If I could please, Councillor, if you could read your commentary and your recommendation, I'll hand it over to you. And you'll need a seconder, which I already know. And Councillor Tysus has already seconded that. So,
Alright, commentary is on September 28th, Shell Daly put a post up on Facebook as a mother trying to work through an extremely traumatic event with her son. It was a terrifying medical experience that saw her child writhing in pain for hours at our hospital whilst waiting on pathology and radiology to open for tests to be done, then hours waiting for transport to Nepean, hours transporting to Nepean, then again another wait in the waiting room at Nepean. Surgery, being discharged with no pain meds or antibiotics, 30 hours of fear for any parent. It was also full of confusion, pain. As a mother, I can just imagine it. But that 30 hours still wasn't over for Shell and her family. After going home with no pain meds or antibiotics, her son's fever spiked, which meant a trip back to Lithgow Hospital, just to be transferred back to Nepean, to almost be forced back into Nepean's waiting room. But thankfully, through Shell's advocacy and the paramedics advocating on her behalf as well, that didn't happen. And followed through another discharge without antibiotics or pain meds. It sounds like something from a developing country's health service, but unfortunately, it is ours. After Shell posted her experience, many others added their own, whether it was being transferred to Nepean and having to go back through triage there, or explaining to medical staff that they didn't have transport home from Nepean before being sent there, being told that they would be transferred back, just to be told by Nepean after surgery that they will drop them off at the train station for them to come home that way. That is the health service that is acceptable for our LGA of 20,000 people. A service where a child may have their system shutting down and have a 20-minute helicopter ride to Westmead Children's Hospital, but the family have a 3-hour car trip, if they can or even have access to that type of transport. Minimum 3 hours racing against time, panicking every time one of their phone rings. Is it the hospital? Did she make it? Do we just say our goodbyes when she was put on the helicopter? Imagine driving into Sydney with those thoughts chasing one another. My recommendation is that the Mayor, Councillors and Health Working Group petition Ryan Park MP, Health New South Wales and the New South Wales State Government for the following. A full-time paediatrician to be based and operable at Lithgow Hospital. A paediatrics wing to be created and reopened at Lithgow Hospital. Extra staff to be funded and employed in radiology and pathology to reduce issues arising when having to call any in off-duty hours. Funding for more paramedics to be employed or be given the right to overtime. A change in transport procedures to cut back transport times, push transfers via paramedics to be pushed ahead of emergency departments to prevent redoing triage at the transfer hospital. Seeing, if possible, having some emergencies being transferred to Bathurst Base Hospital, depending on the severity. Funding for more surgical doctors to be enticed to Lithgow Hospital for our theatre to be utilised, and funding for a minimum of another 2 nurses and midwives. I personally do hope that we can pass this, and we, even if we only see 2 or 3 of these points pushed and given to us, that will help not just our staff out at that hospital, who most are godsends and are doing the best that they can, but they are so restricted through funding cutbacks. It will help them, and it will also help our community. We are one of the highest rating LGAs for cancer diagnosis, and yet they're cutting back on services available to us. We once had a fully functioning, operating hospital. But since being transferred over to Nepean Blue Mountains, even though it has its benefits, we are seeing things slowly be diminished and taken away from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Tyson?
Thank you, Mayor. I congratulate Councillor Fredericks on bringing this to the attention of not only the local community and the Sydney community as well, when she and both Shell went on 2GB to tell Mark Levy exactly what was going on. The other thing is, I think people need to appreciate that sooner or later the government is going to cut services because they're looking for money to fund increases in the wages, which they still haven't given to the nurses. So sadly, what they normally do is, the cutbacks always seem to happen to someone in regional areas. We're not the only hospital. There's many hospitals in regional areas that are not getting what they deserve. And with a state Labor government, you'd think that all that would be there. Here we have Nepean Hospital that's an hour and a half one way and Bathurst 45 minutes up the road. But the reality is that it's Orange that is the major centre in that district up there. That's where all the specialists are, and that's why we're not seeing a lot of transfers going to Bathurst. I would still like to appreciate that Nepean is the hospital that we should stay with, only because I think even though they're overworked and it's all of Western Sydney, the reality is that's where the best are in New South Wales. That's where they're putting their own resources in the government into the Nepean in the western suburbs. So I'm very keen to see that there. But I think it's something, if we don't keep on the ball and we don't keep bouncing the state government and particularly the bureaucrats, I think they're the ones that are making the decisions on behalf of the minister, and maybe it's them that we need to look at as well. But I congratulate all of them for their what they've done to raise this issue before someone else unfortunately comes adrift in that medical system that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Ring?
Yep, look, I have a lot of empathy for Miss Daly. I have my share of experience, as I would imagine everyone in this chamber has had. Health is a complex issue. As Miss Daly said, we need a discussion paper. We need an holistic approach to the problem. I was at the parliamentary inquiry with Mr Elwood on health prior to Christmas, and Morba Farm not the worst. There was a council there, I think from the southwest, I can't remember its name, They're emergency departments, business hours only. So if you have an accident after business hours, you know, as you say, you're dead. So we're not too bad. In terms of budget, allegedly, the current financial year, the Men's government increased the overall health budget, but the health budget goes to the health districts. The Nepean Blue Mountains Health District has a budget of roughly 1.12 billion, of which 29,824,000 is allocated to Lithgow, which is a hell of a lot of money. That's not including medical imaging, that's a separate budget item. Population health, primary care and community health, they manage 10 health centres within the region. But in order to go to the government, we need to have information, we need to understand the system, we need to understand the needs of this community. Just sending in a petition saying we want, we're not going to get anything. We're an ageing population. Do we need a paediatrician? Do we need more midwives? Or do we need geriatric services? In 2022, the most recent birth rates for the Lithgow Hospital were 220. That's it. I'd like to move an amendment, and that is that the issues raised in the report by Councillor Fredericks are referred to the Health Working Party for consideration.
Is there a seconder?
I'm happy to accept that as a point too.
No, I want to move it as an amendment. That's what we need.
Is there a seconder?
Writing a letter of complaint to the government's just not going to get us anything.
Either put it as a point two or you don't get it at all. Which one do you want?
I'll second
Point
it
of order.
if it needs.
Point of order, Mayor.
That's just the reality, Councillor.
Councillor Ty says you're not running the meeting. The Mayor is.
Councillors.
Stop interfering.
Councillors. Act of disorder. Councillors.
Stop
Act of disorder
interfering.
clause 1511. Thank you. So, if there's no seconder, Councillor Statham, you were going to say something? No?
Yes, I don't wish to second Councillor Ring's, but I'd like to either make an amendment. I think that we are very privileged here to have.
Okay, Councillor Statham, I'll just come back to you in a
Can I
minute.
add the point, or can I make an amendment, please?
Yeah, I'll deal with Councillor Rings first, and then I'll come back to you. So, Councillor Ring, I'll second your amendment for the point of debate. So we'll go through it now.
Thank you, Mayor Coleman. I appreciate that. There are a lot of points that are raised that are legitimate. I have no problem with them. At the end of the day, going to the government, we need a discussion paper that can look at and tabulate the costs, what the real needs are, what the issues are. Not hearsay. We need facts. To deal with the government, we need to have a health forum, which is in the process of being planned, which will be meeting with Lithgow Private Hospital, Lithgow Nepean Blue Mountains, the GPs, other specialists in the area, to actually find out what the current needs are, what the staffing requirements are. What do we need? Where are they failing? I can tell you now, there's basic equipment in Lithgow Hospital that we don't have. Nepean has it. I mean, if you have problems with your veins, and my daughter does, you don't have vein lights at this hospital. So you need other technology to do it. Otherwise, if they can't get your veins, they can actually destroy them. That is critical. We need to know what it is we need. You just don't ask for something because this sounds good. And it's no disrespect to Councillor Fredericks. We have problems. Health budget across the country is massive. We need to know what we can get and what we can achieve realistically. That is why I would rather it go to the Health Working Party, who can work it up, include it into the Health Forum, so we can prepare a professional discussion paper. Then we have something that we can take to government to negotiate on. Let's get our facts and figures correct, know what we need, know what we can ask for, and then go in hard.
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
Didn't we discuss that in the Merrill Minute, that it goes to for the Health Forum?
That particular item was going to a health forum. Yes, Councillor Goodwin, that this is a separate item.
I thought it was along the same lines.
Councillor Evangelos.
First of all, I want to congratulate Councillor Ring for coming up with the idea of a health working group, of which I'm a part of. This just seems to me a bit of a timing thing. So, I mean, everything Councillor Fredericks is saying we should definitely do, but I sort of agree with Councillor Ring as well. I think that the timing of it would be the best and most important thing. Is there any particular, Councillor Fredericks, is there any particular time when this you feel needs to be done?
The fact that it is yet another local that's gone through this, I think it's past going, when is the time to start requesting our community to be given proper health care like it once held.
Okay, so, and this is an area where obviously there's a lot of state politics involved. What is the likelihood of this happening and being enacted that quickly? I think that's, we've got to consider that.
To be fair, Councillor Evangelos, I couldn't answer that. I
Yeah.
can't speak for the government.
Can anyone?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, only the government can speak for themselves.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, well, I mean, I want to support Councillor Fredericks, but I want to also take on what Councillor Ring said. I think if we're going to do it, it needs to be done properly and effectively. Time is of the essence. When's our next health working group? It's not next week. So
I can say this, that Parliament has not resumed yet. They don't go back until after school goes back. So they're not back yet. I second Councillor Ring's motion, so I'd just like to quickly say something. Councillor Fredericks, I'd like to thank you for bringing it forward. The dialogue around health is really important. I think that it's actually started a conversation which is needed to have. We do need our facts and figures. So that's why I think that a health forum and the fact that we do a discussion paper is really important. And that's all I'll say on that. Statham, you wanted to have a second. I'll put the amendment first unless there's more further debate. Oh, you want to speak against it, Councillor Tyson?
I think
Okay.
I had my hand up like...
Sorry, Councillor Statham, I'll come to you. Councillor Statham. Councillor Statham, you're...
Right, there are a few points here that I totally agree with Councillor Frederick. Congratulations for coming tonight. And to the mum, to have to go through such an ordeal, we all feel for you. We don't want that to happen on a regular basis. I can only imagine what you've gone through and your family. But with all the hoo-ha tonight about writing letters, you need to do what is, I believe, after some time on the mayoral advocate for our area, the main thing that I got results with, without any doubt whatsoever, you have a meeting with the Nepean and our private hospital boards, and separately, and you speak to them. They're our advocate to go to government, not a letter to the government. They'll just send it back to the Nepean. So I strongly advise to have some expedite this to a certain degree, that if you were to attend the Nepean Health Board meeting here at the hospital, and also the private hospital board, I feel that that's part of your mayoral duties and the deputy mayor's duties, and I think it's something that you get results for, so much more than forming another committee to go to another committee, then to go to government, or probably 3 other committees in the meantime. And I have been lobbying for a radiotherapy unit at Lithgow. It's essential. We have so many people here that are cancer ridden and they're unable to go to Orange and unable to go to Nepean at times because they're so sick. So we do fall short of an excellent hospital. But we also must realise that the hospital can only have the amount of staff that they can find. And I will back the hospital on that. They are in a terrible ordeal when they can't have staff. It's no different to council. You struggle. So we do need more staff, and I'm delighted tonight to hear we have a new paramedic in town from the Hawkesbury area. Thank you to the lovely lady up here, a new person to Lithgow, a finance lady. But there's no point in writing letters and letters and letters. They just get lost in the mail. You need to get to Greg, who I know you've met. He's a very close friend of mine. He's going to be at a hospital meeting here, Peter Collins, and then go to the private hospital and see what you can work out and get a meeting with the private hospital and the Nepean board together.
Thank you, Statham. That sounds like another amendment. So I'll deal with Councillor Ring's amendment first, so I'm going to deal with the amendment, and unless you'd like to speak against it first, Councillor Tysos. So you'd like to amend your original motion?
I'm more than happy to amend my original motion to, is it possible for council to originally create a survey to send out to our community members that can be accessed by everyone anonymously, so that way our medical staff are able to speak out without fear of repercussions?
I'll have to get advice on that. Are you happy for me to get advice on that? Mr. Gurney?
Through you, Mayor. We'd have to just do some work on it, but I don't see why we couldn't put a survey on the website that was anonymous.
Okay. Councillor Fredericks, does that suffice for you at this stage? I've got an amendment in front of me, Councillor Fredericks. We'll deal with that and then we'll come back. Councillor Tysos, did you want to speak against the amendment?
Yes, I do, thank you. I'm not happy to send this to any committee. The reason being is that it's going to be 26 before anything's done. There's no time frame for the health committee. There's no time for them to get all their resources. Now, this is implicit of going, we're talking about the health working group. This is where this is going as well. We're all together. The health group out of this can certainly do their own thing in regards to what's going on. In fact, I can't see why they wouldn't be doing it. But I'm not going to run this through committee and then they've got to do this and then they've got to get stacked, they've got to talk to someone else. This is now. This is what this happens now. If you want to come up with another motion at the next council meeting, or there's a matter arising instead of an amendment, then that so be it. But this is implicit in this motion for the working group, your working group, to get something done. It's got to happen now. This is urgent. What are you going to do? Wait for the next one? Do we wait for the next one and the next one? If you go into committees, this will not come out until 2026, and we just started 25. Let's not get it bogged down in a committee. If you want to bog it down in a committee, go ahead. But this is demanding something now. That's what we owe this lady behind us, Michelle. She needs something done now. She doesn't want to see it happen to anyone else. We've got mothers in the room. They don't want it happening, and I don't want it to happen to anyone on any sort of medical issue. You've got to put a stop to it now. This starts it. It gets it up the minister's ribs. Something needs to be done now. Don't bog it down in a committee, and that's what the amendment's seeking.
Thank you, Councillor Tysos. I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Marnie.
I'll acknowledge Councillor Fredericks, and I appreciate you bringing this issue forward. And for Shell Daly coming forward and speaking to us, I appreciate you doing that, and also understand that the trauma this causes. I listened to Councillor Stephen talk, and I think it's an important point you're making, Councillor Stephen. There are sectors in our community, and I know Councillor Ring was working towards this, whether it's oncology services, it's for the people who drive their dying friends to Nepean because they can't drive themselves. It's the people who need specialist haematology services for immune diseases. Where we are a population that has exposure, we're in an age class, I'm joining it, that is subject to these things. I'd like to see a holistic approach. I acknowledge the Mayor's mayoral minute, maybe the pathway to visit that. Also understand the urgency that Councillor Fredericks is bringing this forward. That she wants the government to be visible of the challenges of small-scale regional hospitals, but I also concur with both Councillor Ring and Councillor Stephen in regard to the challenge for small communities, Ralston, Oberon, Lithgow, is how do we deliver a suite of services that are matched to our community profile? How do we get people safely out of those zones in an emergency setting and get them to the hospitals they need to be in? So I think there is, amongst the noise, I think there's a genuine level of goodwill amongst the councillors who are trying to work towards betterment of our health services. So I'll support Councillor Friedrich's move to have this directed straight to the Minister, but I also listen carefully to Councillor Ring, Councillor Stephen about the importance of broadening the conversation, and yourself, Councillor Evangelides, that we need to cover all of our segments of our community.
Councillor Fredericks.
I am more than happy if we can push this motion and do everything that Councillor Ring has suggested behind the scenes, just to buy us time to get all of that. Okay, if we let this go now, Michelle's losing the momentum that we have built to bring awareness behind this. Every day that this is not discussed and this is pushed behind closed doors, we're losing momentum. This goes to the local, if this goes to state government, it might be there for 3 months before the state government read it. But that's us having 3 months to get these committees up and running, to get all this information out, possibly get that survey out, and then we can hit them again with more information. I'm not going to go down without fighting for this. We want to expand our community. We want to bring tourism here. What are we going to do if a tourist brings their family and that little kid gets severely hurt?
I'll take that as that you're speaking against the amendment then, Councillor Fredericks.
I'm offering to make that amendment a point after we do this, so that way this buys us time to do what Councillor Ring wants.
So, Councillor Ring, I'm coming back to you.
I still don't believe writing's going to achieve anything without the facts. But just to put this to bed, I'm happy to add them together. What I put can also include the survey, but I don't see much hope for a letter without having adequate facts. And as for burying in committees can actually do good work and get results. Dealing with emotion, unfortunately, no disrespect to Ms Daly, lots of people have had problems, as she quoted significant figures. The government's not, they're looking at numbers. Bottom line, all regional communities are suffering. The more information we get, the better. The more facts that we can table, the better. Let's do it both concurrently. Let's give it a go.
Okay, so let's come back to where we're at. So the motion that is in front, are you withdrawing your amendment, Councillor Ring?
If Councillor Fredericks is happy to add it as an additional point, then I'll withdraw it as an amendment.
Are you happy to accept that?
I always was.
Okay, and you wanted to include a survey as well?
Yes, to include a survey that's open for the public, completely anonymous, so that way any medical staff that want to participate cannot face any repercussions, because it will never lead back to them.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Frederick. Councillor Statham, did you want to add anything? Because you did raise some very valid points.
I still think that the boards go to the state government. Your work here is vital to get right. And you've got two choices. You can write to your local member, who will be back in, next week or whenever. But the problem being, they'll have things that are what we think are, what they think would be would have more priority. I don't agree with that, but that's possibly because of the backlog. I can't see you doing and achieving what we all want until you go to both boards. And I absolutely know how that runs. You know, we're just a small rural town. We want those boards that they're representing us. They are representing us. And we've got a wonderful board from Nepean, even though I'd prefer to be with the Orange area. We have got a wonderful board, and the board of the hospital, private hospital, they need a chance to speak up as a group, either just to the mayor, which is normally what does happen, but if they want to have an information night at council. We need to get this off next week, tomorrow. We don't need to wait and get them off to Sydney. The government's not even back yet.
Okay, no, it's not until this after school go back. Can I suggest, Councillor Fredericks, perhaps if you could, that we write to the boards first and then we go to the government, or do you want to go straight to the government?
Mayor,
One moment, sorry to interrupt, but the boards come here.
Oh, the boards come here.
They come here.
So are you happy to include that we petition them first?
I was going to suggest, Mayor, that given what Councillor Statham and you've indicated, that a third dot point is that we invite the board of the, I think it's the Blue Mountain Nepean District Hospital, to address the council.
Yeah, so does that suffice?
And the private hospital, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor Statham. So, is that to point 3? Is the minute taker got that? We just need to wait. We need to make sure we know what we're voting for. Sorry for the delay, but we need to make sure we get this right. Are we right? Sorry for the delay, but it's imperative we get this correct. Okay, if we can, Councillor Fredericks, if you could please review what the minute taker has put up on your screen, and then I will put the motion.
And I just indicate that the second and the bottom dot point is a number 3. The two above it become number 2 to combine. Am I understanding that, Councillor Ring?
Yeah, that's correct.
Have you got
Councillor
that?
Tysus, yeah.
So it's a point 1, point 2 and a point 3. I'm glad I'm not taking the minutes.
Number 2 starts from the issues raised, and invite is number 3.
Just to make it easier for Trinity, do you just want to take the bottom 3 and put them up at the top? So that way they're the first 3, and then we follow down with my original recommendations. So we do the bottom 3 first and work our way through, if that makes sense.
Is that helpful? They're right. I can't hear you, Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm quite happy with the way that I'm sure it'll be fixed. We've given the instructions.
Absolutely.
I'm happy for the motion now to be put without further debate.
Just quickly.
Before I go back, we've got, so Councillor Ring has withdrawn his amendment, and I've agreed to do that. Councillor Fredericks has agreed to those points. We need to make sure we're in order. So Councillor Fredericks, you don't have a right to reply, though I think you've nearly well said all you needed to say.
I just had one request. When we do get the board of Nepean and Blue Mountains to come to us, can we please invite Shell so she can participate, because she's the one that started this.
We'll work with her outside of this, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not a problem. All right, I'm going to put that motion. So I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors.
Can I be a pain and get a division, please?
Sure. The councillor has called a division. All those in favour? Please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysus and Councillor Coleman. It was carried. Thank you. We're now up to 2.10, which is Councillor Tysus, Lithgow City Council, financials for the Lithgow Golf Club, ACN. And the management comment is Mr. Gurney's, for your information, Councillor Tysus.
I have passed. I've got moving a recommendation of 6 points. I've passed it on to...
So you're not moving what's on the paper, Councillor Tysus?
I'm moving 1, 2 and... what's on the paper is 1, 2, 3 stands.
So can I...
I will read them out, and the other 3 I've already passed to the minute secretary to go up on the screen.
Thank you.
I'll read through the whole lot, if I may.
Yes, that'll be lovely.
The recommendation is that councillors, ratepayers and residents note the Lithgow City Council 2023-24 income and expense financials for the Lithgow Golf Club ACN 001037823 and the attached financial report to ASIC for 2023-24 from the Lithgow Golf Club Limited ACN 001037823. Number 2, Council notes that under point 2 of Council Resolution 24-266 as made on the 25th of November 24, the General Manager will be including the 2023-24 draft/final annual report, all financial information with respect to Council Resolution 21119, a property lease with Lithgow Golf Club Limited, ACN 001037823. Recommendation number 3, councillors, ratepayers and residents note the current online advertised 2024-25 membership fees for the Lithgow Golf Club Limited, ACN 001037823. Number 4, councillors, ratepayers and residents note that a Lithgow City Council information session with the management of the Lithgow Golf Club Limited has been scheduled at the Lithgow Golf Club for Tuesday the 11th of February 25, which will include discussions regarding a new lease, a volunteer policy and a working party with the Council. Number 5, Council's General Manager, following point 4, is to provide a full report back to the next ordinary meeting of the Lithgow City Council on Monday the 24th of February 2025. Number 6, Council continues where and when necessary to engage the Lithgow Golf Course employees within the works of the Council's Parks and Garden Department.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Tarsos?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to at this stage proceed much further because I've outlined in the report and I've also indicated that I've taken the management comment on board by the General Manager, I understand, on this one, and there will be a meeting on the 11th and I expect a full report to come back on the whole matter at the next Council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Tarsos. Councillor Fredericks?
Motion speaks for itself, really.
Thank you. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Statham, I'll come to you first.
Well, I know that Councillor Ticehurst has every right to request what he's done. However, this golf club has been treasured and we all treasure it, whether you play golf or not. It's a picturesque, almost a famous landmark. There are many people in the audience who I don't know and some I do know. And I think we need to realise something that Mr. Guest said. Mental health and stability are right on the forefront these days. 20 years ago we didn't talk about mental health. But I know people that go there and love looking forward to it, having a chat with their fellow golfers. We need to be able to put their volunteering. They've got 25 to 26 volunteers. They've been inducted by council successfully, and yet we still can't get council to go ahead and let these people do what they do best. They wouldn't volunteer unless they could.
Councillor Statham, if I could please interject, there is a volunteer policy coming to this
there
meeting.
There is, I realise that, but after all this time, you know, it may not be a reflection on this General Manager or the General Manager before, but it certainly is something that I have followed through, and I know a lot of the people in the audience know that I have, with every good intent to keep this club and have it as a friend of council. We value this club and we don't want anything to go wrong, and just because they can't get a medical examination, come on please, if they're willing to dig a hole or trim a tree or whatever, or shrubs, plant new shrubs, doesn't matter if they've got a slight medical, we're not working in a coal mine. So I'm asking the General Manager to please rethink, and your staff, I realise you have to have a safety policy to make sure that you dot your I's and, you know, cross your T's, but you know, there wouldn't be a person in here tonight that would think it was okay for the golf club to diminish. I understand, Councillor Ticehurst, that you do have a right to question what's happened, but if we can get those volunteers up and going within the month, not a year, within the month, you will realise the amount of money that, you know, we can save in many different areas. Some are council money because council staff are doing extra work because of the growth that we've had. But I drove past the club today and had a look, and it's absolutely amazing, and we must keep the club at all costs.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Fredericks, you did second this already,
Yeah,
so, and you've spoken, so I need to come over to Councillor Ring, and then Councillor Evangelides.
If I may, before I talk to it, I have two questions for you to the administration. The first is, has council ceased using volunteers at Esbank House and the Visitor Information Centre?
Mr. Gurney, can you please answer that?
Through you, Mayor. So the question was, does council use...
Has council ceased using volunteers at Esbank House and the Visitor Information Centre?
We'll leave it to Mr. Elwood regarding the visitor information session, but definitely there's still volunteers being used at Esbank House.
Without a volunteer policy?
Through you, Mayor, that is correct. However, we do have an internal procedure for volunteers.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Gurney. The second question I have, you may be the most appropriate person to answer it, I don't know. If the golf course, and I have done leases through government, where we have done works for the lessee as well. If the golf course and building a lease to the golf club, why should they adhere to a council volunteer policy? The golf club currently, I believe, pays over $14,000 for insurance, which includes volunteers coverage. This is a club risk, not a council risk. We lease the land and the building to the club. If they want to use volunteers, that is their prerogative. Why are we restricting them from doing it? Now, I appreciate there was a motion a few years ago, a resolution, when the club was in trouble to assist them with maintenance. But why are we excluding them from using volunteers on land they lease?
Mr. Gurney, would you like to make comments?
Through you, Mayor, that can certainly be considered and included potentially in a new lease, and that would be covered at the information session as part of the discussions, but I don't have an answer for that right now.
Thank you, Mr. Gurney. This report tables a number of figures. Unfortunately, two sets of figures are not real costs. They're not cash costs. They don't determine whether or not a business is financially viable. Depreciation and internal plan hire equals $352,332. That needs to be removed out of discussion. Depreciation is a non-cash expense that doesn't determine the financial viability of any business. The internal plan hire, there is currently no policy. I've actually requested information on this. There is no policy. It is an internal budgeting function of council to understand their cost. It is not a cash cost to the club. If council were hiring equipment, yes, it might be. But council has purchased equipment. If the club had their own equipment, they'd be using it over a number of years. Amortization, depreciation would come in. Once again, not real cash costs. And I'm a little bit concerned about the staffing figures as well. We have a figure of $33,869 for an apprentice for just over 3 months. I mean, I'd love to be an apprentice because that works out about $135,000 for the year. And that is in the figures that were provided to all councillors. I'm sorry, there are errors in these figures. I cannot accept these figures. I've indicated to Vanessa Browning that I'd like the concept of internal hiring discussed at the first Finance Committee. Council took on a responsibility to do maintenance. At no stage since that have I seen any evidence that the council has proactively worked with the club to help them work into a more of a business framework to get back into the black so they can actually take on more cost. Talking to Mr. Guest and other members of the executive and the staff, they want to take on more responsibility. They pay a fair lease, which is not uncommon for many businesses. They pay a percentage of their profits. Yes, they've got money in the bank. Only a fool would take that money and spend it. Next year, they could have a bad year, could rain for the next 6 months. That money, they need to be responsible in their use of their revenue. We need to ensure that the community has community land which is properly looked after and made accessible to everyone. We need to maintain a partnership with the golf club. Of course, one of the more viable options might be that we take over the complete management of the golf club, and the golf club can be like a workies golf club. Cost them nothing, no pressure. It's going to cost us a lot of money. Any belief that anyone would take on a lease on this golf club commercially, forget it. They're not. Golf clubs don't make a lot of money. This is a community facility, and this affords us the best opportunity to keep it running for community members. And by the way, just as on the record, I think golf's a boring game, can't stand it. Not much in the sport, but this is a community asset that does provide health and welfare benefits to the community.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Goodwin.
Can I move a procedural motion before the next speaker, please?
Oh, Councillor Evangelis was going to speak, but are you speaking now, or are you going to move?
It's a procedural
Yeah,
motion.
what's your procedural motion?
We've had 2 for and 2 against.
Yeah, so what's your procedural motion? You're having the motion be put.
I want the vote to be put.
Okay, so you're having the motion be put. So that's procedural motion, Councillor. So I'll put that to you, which means that the debate will stop and we'll vote. So all those in favour of the procedural motion, put your hand up. Those in favour? 2, 3, 4. Those against?
You need to clarify what he's.
I don't think that we need.
He's asked for the motion. You don't need a procedural motion. He's just asked out of the code of conduct meeting practice. He can ask the motion be put, and it's got to be put.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll put that. So there's been a procedural motion to have the motion be put. Thank you for the clarification. I'll put that to you. All those in favour of Councillor Tyson's motion? Those in favour? Procedural. Sorry, I can't hear because of the storm.
You don't need to do a procedural motion out of the code of meeting.
Yeah, I've
practice.
just got to put the motion. Yes, I
Just
understand.
put the motion.
Yes, I understand. I'm putting the motion that's in front of you. You can put a motion of dissent in who? There's no motion of dissent. I'm sorry, Councillor Marnie. They've moved a procedural motion to be put, and that's the motion to put. It's not my ruling. It's just the code of meeting practice. So I'm putting the motion. Councillor Marnie, please. The procedural motion is that the motion be put. I have to put it. So we're voting on what's in front of you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour of Councillor Tyson's motion, please raise your hand. All those against, declare it lost.
Mayor, can we please get some decorum in the public gallery?
Mayor, I don't think you realise, but you now don't have a motion.
Yeah, I know. That's the unfortunate thing. We move on. The next part of the business paper is 2.6.
Excuse me, could I have some clarification? The people in the audience would be, wanting to know exactly. Why don't we have a motion now?
Because the motion was voted against, it was lost. So it's no longer, the whole lot was lost. There's nothing on the books. So it's gone down. So it's, unfortunately, it's lost. Okay. So, it's gone. So for future, for the public gallery, that means there's nothing that's been carried, there's nothing on the books. If a councillor wishes to bring something forward at the next council meeting, they have that right. Thank you. We'll just wait. Can we have a 15-minute recess, please? We might call that now. So if you'd like to, councillors, if we let the public know that we're going on a 15-minute recess so that the public can go home. Welcome back to the public at home. We're up to 2.6. which is notice of motion, Councillor Smith. Council requests that EA amend, I'm guessing that's Energy Australia amend their documents by omitting the Lake Lyell Hydro project. Councillor Smith, your recommendation and your commentary, please.
Before I commence what I'm about to say, there could be a pecuniary interest suggested here. I don't believe I have. I don't believe something that hasn't been completed yet would even fall into that. I think it'd be quite the reverse.
Okay,
But
before
what I
I
would
go,
like to do,
I'll just get a seconder for you, Councillor Smith. Do I
I'll
have-
second it.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. Continue, Councillor Smith.
what I'd like to do is actually go through the background of what I want to do, and if anybody decides that I shouldn't vote on this, I'll leave the room. But I'd like to do my
Councillor Smith, the
commentary.
pecuniary interest is up to you. You decide whether or not you've got an interest or not. So it's completely up to you. You have.
I know if I'm going to be transparent and accountable about this whole thing, I will leave the room and I won't vote on it.
Okay, so that's interesting.
With respect, if I may,
Yes,
Councillor
Councillor.
Coleman, for it to be pecuniary interest, Councillor Smith would have to receive some benefit out of this motion. It's up to him to make a determination, not for anyone else.
Yeah.
If anyone else
Agreed.
has an issue with something not being said, they have avenues where they can address it outside of council, the Office of Local Government. Pecuniary interests are dealt with fairly serious. My interactions with the governance unit in the last 12 months is there's got to be a financial benefit coming from this particular motion. There is none. So I don't believe it is relevant.
Smith, please continue with your motion.
Um,
Councillor Statham?
could this affect your land values, Councillor Smith, with the general?
That's not irrelevant. That's not irrelevant.
Councillor Smith, it's up to you whether you determine whether you feel there's a pecuniary interest or not. So it's up to you. You have to live with your conscience or not live with your conscience. It's completely up to you. If you feel there is, then there is. If you feel there's not, there's not. And no other body can question you otherwise. So Councillor Smith, please continue.
Right. This revolves around the Energy Australia newsletter, which was mentioned earlier in the forum. Looking at the EA newsletter, it states in fact 1 that the hydro project is supported by Lithgow City Council's LEAP plan. Ironically, the Lithgow Council voted down the hydro project some weeks before EA distributed this flyer. The LEAP plan has to be endorsed by council, so the vote by council would have negated any endorsement. EA is entitled, like any individual or party, to use information if it is not confidential. But misleading the public on some inaccuracies should be brought to the public's attention. EA is important to the area's economy and should show respect and accountability in regards to the project or any other. When it comes to supplying full and accurate project detail, this has been certainly lacking. Now, turning to the management comment on the business paper, which is now public in the business paper here tonight, management has stated that the newsletter contains at least 2 inaccuracies. The council director involved wrote to Energy Australia requesting it withdraw and correct the newsletter and redistribute a new newsletter. Energy Australia conceded to council staff there had been inaccuracies. Energy Australia would write a formal response. When this arrives, can this be tabled for all councillors and council to see? When Energy Australia met with council officers, were minutes taken? And if they were, can these also be tabled? Administration has asked Energy Australia to exhibit more care, and they agreed. Again, can we see this in written form and tabled? I finished by requesting Energy Australia to give the full details of the project, which the public has been asking for, without distributing misinformation, and show the full complexity the defamation it will produce.
Thank you.
Do I move my amendment?
Now you can move your motion. What are you moving, Councillor Smith?
Right. I recommend that the Council Administration request Energy Australia to delete using the Lithgow Council LEAP plan of its documents and newsletters.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. You're moving that way. Councillor Fredericks, you seconded.
I did second this. I brought this up in one of our council information sessions about the misinformation that EA did supply in that brochure. And I have also spoken to Councillor Smith about adding a point 2 to it, as we are writing to EA. Could they please either release the core sample results or release a statement onto why they refused to release those results as well?
So you're requesting an additional point to Councillor Smith's notice of motion?
That is correct.
Councillor Smith, do you accept that?
Yes,
Point 2?
I'm happy with that.
So you're happy with that? Thank you. All right. Do we have any further speakers for or against? Councillor Goodwin?
Yes, Mayor Statham. I want to say I totally disagree with this. Councillor Ray Smith has declared a pecuniary interest and should have excluded himself involving anything related to Energy Australia and pumped hydro issues, and I'll say why. He's a main participant of the CLC Incorporated against pumped hydro and has spoken against the pumped hydro at council on no less than 10 occasions. He owns a property at Lake Lyell, and on many occasions he and the Concerned Lithgow Community Incorporated against pumped hydro have indicated that if the project goes ahead, their property prices will decrease. This makes it a pecuniary interest and gives him skin in the game. He comes to the meeting with a closed and apprehended biased mind when it comes to pumped hydro. This makes him not impartial when it comes to Energy Australia and the decisions
Point of order,
he's
Mayor.
making in
Yes,
relation
Councillor Tyson, your point of order?
Mayor, what Councillor Goodwin is saying is not allowed under the Code of Conduct. Those
Yes.
issues cannot be brought up at a council meeting, and that's the reason it's out of order. I don't have the direct number for you.
Yeah, it's
But
1511, I believe.
I think you're aware, but you can't make.
1511D.
I think we said,
1511D.
yeah, I think we said right from the start that it had to be his decision. He's made the decision to do it. He'll have to rest with that, but we certainly can't pick and choose what he wants to do. So
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. I'll refer you to clause 1511D in regards to the Code of Meeting Practice. That is out of order. Please, Councillor Goodwin.
Okay, well, but we'll have to go to a code of conduct then.
That is also out of order. You're not meant to refer to the Code of Conduct within the
I think
Code of Meeting Practice.
that comment needs to be withdrawn.
Can you please withdraw your comments, please,
Making
Councillor
a-
Goodwin?
no.
Hang on, Councillor Marnie, please. Councillor Goodwin, please withdraw your comments. Thank you. Councillor Marnie.
If we're going to discuss HR issues in a public forum, we've already had problems in previous terms. They shouldn't be brought in
Councillor
a public
Marnie.
meeting.
Councillor Goodwin has already withdrawn his comment. We're moving on. So, any further debate? Councillor Ring.
Councillor Smith already knows my position on this. I could have moved amendments. I'm not going to, because I gave that commitment to Councillor Smith. I'm not going to support what's put in front of me. The fact that there was misinformation, I totally agree with. However, the way this is worded, to me, spells censorship. LEAP documents and council documents are publicly available. They can be referenced. You cannot censor. You can request that they appropriately reference the information. As to the core samples, the same response you're going to get, and I support it. It is commercial in confidence. It's proprietary intellectual information. That information will be released in due course when the environmental impact statement is put out, if it's relevant to the environmental impact statement. So no, I can't support it. But I don't have any issues with Councillor Smith bringing it forward. There are a number of people in this room, and I have raised issues about the elections in relation to it. Councillors who came on and were voted with an agenda that they don't support something are allowed to pursue that in council. It's not inconsistent with ICAC guidelines. Regardless of whether or not I support Councillor Smith's stance, he has the right to bring information to council, as does Councillor Marnie, another councillor that was promoted as being anti-pumped hydro. This is a matter about democracy and rights.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Ring, sorry. Any further debate?
Could I
Councillor
just
Tysus?
have a point of order there.
Yeah, what's your point of order, Councillor
My-
Money?
I was
I
not
can't. Have you got your microphone?
Yes, I have. Thank
Right.
you, Mayor Stephen. I was not promoted
Mayor Coleman.
as anti
Mayor
pumped
Coleman.
hydro. Mayor Coleman, sorry. My apologies.
Thank you. Councillor
Sorry, I
Tysus?
missed what Councillor Marnie said.
I said I was not promoted as anti-pumped hydro by myself.
I'm sorry, I will withdraw that.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Tysus?
Thank you, Mayor. I refer to the third paragraph where in the management comment, which is Mr Edgecombe, I think is on this one, is it? Yeah, thank you. Council staff officers have since met with Energy Australia about several matters, including the issue which is the subject of the proposed motion, which is request EA to delete using the Lithgow Council's lead plan off its documents and newsletters. In that meeting, Energy Australia conceded there was some inaccuracy in its newsletter and indicated it would shortly write to Council. We're still waiting for their formal response, but they've already conceded there was some accuracy in respect of this notice of motion. That's why I'm quite happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Tysus. Any further speakers? Councillor Statham?
I can't vote either way with not the correct statement in front of me. I don't believe we've got all the reasons that I don't know that Energy Australia has not told the truth. I mean, it's a very straightforward accusation which could cause the council to get sued. So until I see what their facts were and how wrong they were, I can't vote on this. I think it should be deferred, and to take it out of the LEAP program, I don't agree with that at all. I'm sorry, but whether or not I vote either way, I cannot even think any councillor here tonight would take this out of the LEAP program. These people have worked for years, 3 years, on a valuable document that could get us out of trouble, that could not make us like a little town out the back of wherever. So I can't vote for it with this information. I don't think any councillor should vote on it without the proper facts in front of us. This is a really bad notice of motion the way it's worded. I'm not blaming Councillor Smith. You only know what you've been told by Energy Australia or read it, but I think you should rethink and put the motion forward at next meeting when you have all the facts that we can read. We need to know what they've done wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Statham.
Can I reply to that?
Councillor Ring? No, Councillor. You could do it in your right to reply. Councillor Ring, you've already spoken.
I need clarification on what, if I may, on what Councillor Statham has said.
Yeah,
'Cause I'm
that'll be.
I'm not sure I quite follow. There is no proposal to get rid of the LEAP document. What is in front of us is purely about saying Energy Australia shouldn't use the LEAP document. So I was just a bit confused with what you're saying.
Councillor Ring, I'll allow Councillor Smith to respond in his right to reply. Do I have any further debate on this? You've spoken, Councillor Fredericks, you've spoken already, sorry. So I'll come back, is there any further debate? No, then I'll bring it back to Councillor Smith for right to reply.
I have to actually correct you, Marie. This is the document
Councillor
now.
Statham, sorry.
Sorry. Councillor Statham. This document was put out by our Director of Infrastructure and Economy, Jonathan Edgecombe. Jonathan, you're going to have to answer some of these questions. You put this stuff here. This is now for public exhibition. You better tell Marie that's exactly what was said. And Australia did.
Councillor Smith, it's Mr Edgecombe and Councillor Statham. Just respond
Sorry.
just respond to what's been discussed.
Right. Mr Edgecombe, I would like you to explain to Councillor Statham what transpired with your conversations with Energy Australia.
What I'll do is I'll pass that over to the General Manager.
Through you, Mayor Coleman. The management comment stands as it is. Mr Edgecombe has explained that in the management comment.
Councillor Smith, if your right of reply is done, I'll put the notice of motion. Are you happy for me to put it? Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank
Call a
you.
division.
Call a division. Thank you. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Evangelidis, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysos and Councillor Coleman. All those, please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Goodwin and Councillor Ring. The motion's been carried. Thank you. Thank you. The next item for debate is 2.7. Councillor Smith. This is your notice of motion. It's Lithgow Council be requested to provide a written submission opposing the Lake Lyell Hydro Project. If I could please, if you could bring your recommendation forward first and then your commentary so we know.
Mayor, I'm going to move this recommendation.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Not a problem. What are you moving, Councillor Tyson?
Mayor, if I could move the recommendation that Council Administration be requested to present a submission opposing the project when and if they are to be submitted. I take on board what...
I'll need a second for Councillor Tyson.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Tyson?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm quite happy to support this recommendation. As I wasn't aware Mr White was going to speak at the public gallery, but after listening to what he said, and I think it was the one of the other public speakers, I can't remember his name, Mr Aaron, and that's the other reason for it. So I think they've explained it very, very well, and I think the fact that it was 8-1 and we're getting on the front foot, instead of trying to do it within 28 days, if and when they finally decide to start the clock, I think it's a fantastic idea that we're ready to go, all the submissions put together, and I think that'll make it a bit easy for the council staff as well. So to get it all done as we go along now, yeah, depending on when it finally gets around to it. So I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Fredericks, you second this?
Well, it's all about us being a proactive council instead of a reactive council. So what's the harm in getting it ready to be lodged when EA decide to go, oh, we're doing it?
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. Any further debate on this matter? Yes, Councillor Ring.
Being the one that opposed the motion in the first place, I will still oppose this. I don't believe it's appropriate to say you're going to prepare the submission opposing it until such time as all information is available. And that is my view. I will not be changing it. Any opposition to the proposal needs to be consistent with the requirements of the EPA Act. It specifies what you can and cannot oppose. So anything that comes from the council has to relate to the document in front of them. And yes, you may prepare now. This will probably get through. Start preparing it. It may give you a heads up if you think the information is going to be the same, and it could be entirely different what comes out. I would rather wait till the information's there, and you just can't put up a thing saying council opposes it because we think the community does. You have to word it and express it in relation to the EPA Act and what it says you must assess. That is my position on all DAs. It will not change on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further debate? Yes, Councillor Goodwin.
Mayor Coleman, can I ask a question of the staff, possibly?
Absolutely.
Through you. Seeing that we've bypassed Energy Australia and we've said no to Energy Australia to doing this, can Energy Australia bypass Lithgow Council in submissions once they're ready to go ahead? Do they have to come to council still with their submissions even though we're not supporting them?
I think through you, Mr. Gurney, or would you divert that? Will you delegate that? I think, can you speak to it, Mr. Elwood? Yep.
When the environmental impact assessment is presented by government, because Energy Australia work will be going through the state government, that those submissions that council will prepare, if we prepare any submissions for the EIA, will be going to the state government. So the submissions do not go direct to Energy Australia. The state government, so the Department of Planning and Housing, undertakes the assessment on that basis.
Thank you. Councillor Goodwin, does that suffice?
Yeah, and I think there is a resolution in the past that Lithgow Council look at an independent review of the environmental impact statement. That's correct, because I moved it.
Okay. So, what would you like to do?
I'm just making a statement.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any further debate on this matter? Councillor Marnie?
I'll only make the point that council can make a submission to the state planning authorities, and what Councillor Tysus has moved is that we do prepare a submission to that, as we prepared a submission to the Hartley road upgrade, and that was submitted as well. So that is available to us. They may not come through this chamber, but we can still provide a submission.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Statham?
I've listened to the debate. It's a very difficult to know whether to vote yes or no. However, again, I do agree with Councillor Ring that we need to have all the facts from the EIS. There's no point in us jumping to the gun and then finding out that there's not a problem or there is a major problem. We've got to know what we're voting on. I'm sorry, but I've got nothing against progress in that here. I absolutely support it totally. But until we get all the right information, and you know, the next report is going to be the most important point that we're going to have to think about and vote on. I can't vote yay or nay. I'm not even going to vote. I'm going to not vote on this because I don't think it's a good report. I don't think it has enough information in it. And I'm still thinking in the back of my mind, what's Energy Australia doing if they're not telling the truth? We need to know what they're telling.
Your point of order, Councillor Ring?
Well, I think
councillors are required under the Code of Meeting Practice to vote. If councillor...
Well, if Councillor Statham doesn't vote, then it's classified as an...
That's right, it's classified as no.
In opposition, yeah.
The only way to do it is to leave the room.
So that's up to Councillor Statham to do that. So if there's no further debate, I'm going... Councillor Tysus, hang on, yes? Mr Elwood would like to clarify something before I give you your right reply, Councillor Tysus.
Through you, Mayor. I made an incorrect statement previous. I referred to an environmental impact assessment. I meant to say environmental impact statement.
Thank you, Mr Elwood. I'm going to come over to Councillor Tysus for your right reply.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, all this does is for us to get ready. It doesn't stop us. No doubt we won't be putting our submission in till the 11th hour. We're just formulating our submission on what we have, and as we go forward, this might not come up for 18 months, but we're going to be ready. Like the CLC will be ready, we're going to get ready. And instead of trying to do it at the last minute, and this gives the staff the options where, as this thing progresses, they're getting information as we go. I'm sure that they'll be certainly taking into consideration what Councillor Ring was talking about in regards to the Act and everything. That's what we're looking at. Instead of trying to do it, dropping everything to do everything at the last minute, we need to be ready. This is going to be big. We've voted 8-1. We want to stick with it. We want to make sure it holds, but we want to make sure that we do it as we go. And instead of trying to do it, that's all this requires, is that we get together and start building a submission. The submission won't be finished until the cut-off date at the 11th hour, and away we go. So that's all this is doing. Instead of not being prepared, as they've indicated in the public gallery, let's get it ready. Let's give the nod to the staff to get everything in place, so that as it comes on board, as we get it, whatever EA does, whatever someone else does, we've got it ready to go, instead of doing it in the last 28 days.
Thank you, Councillor Tysus. I'll put that to you. All those in favour, say, raise your hand. All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. My understanding is that we're up to 2.5. Yes? No? No? What are we?
No. We're actually up to 2.1.
Okay, thank you. So I'll bring it back to 2.1. And that's Councillor Goodwin, waiver of water bill balance. Councillor Goodwin, your notice of motion and your commentary, please.
I'll second that motion, Councillor Coleman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Coleman. The owner of the property, lot 80 DP 26218, does not live in Lithgow. property is unoccupied and has been for some time. The owner has been renovating the property intermittently prior to the 17th of the 9th, 2024. The owner returned to Lithgow and commenced work on restoring the water pipes at the rear of his property. As such, the owner turned off...
Can I move the motion be put?
Yeah, that this go through. The commentary.
A motion has been put.
Put it, mate.
So, okay, so I've got a procedural motion.
I'm going to oppose. No. The Code of Meeting Practice says 2 for, 2 against. They have not been 2 for or 2 against. It's not appropriate.
Got nothing to do
The
with it.
procedural motion is that I have to put it, you vote it down, then we go back to the debate. So
No, it's
I
inappropriate.
agree with Councillor Ring, this is ridiculous. It's 2 for, 2 against.
yeah, but the procedural motion has to be put. If you vote it down and it...
With respect, Mayor Coleman, show me where it states that in the Code of Meeting Practice.
I'll get
If it's not clearly articulated,
Councillor Ring, I'll get it
doesn't
for you
exist.
straight away.
That's what I thought. That's it.
My understanding of procedural motion is that it has to be put. You can vote against it, right? If it's voted against, we go back to the debate. It's voted for, then the motion is then put as well. So motion gets put after the procedural motions. So a procedural motion has to be taken. So I'm going to put the procedural motion. So the procedural motion is that we can stop the debate. So I'll put it to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. The procedural motion has been carried. So the motion is what's on the screen. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We move on. Okay. Two point two.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the recommendation the Council establish its own new Lithgow City Council cost of living web page to assist its ratepayers and residents. All the information set out in the thing. The federal government's got one, the state government's got one. I believe we should have one as well. And the management comment is, if resolved by Council, the administration would program the establishment of a cost of living web page for the current financial year. I welcome that, and I just need to know who the management comment is from.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. And the management comment is Mr. Gurney.
Thank you.
Hang on, Councillor Tyson. I just asked him who it was, and he hasn't responded. No. I'm asking Mr. Gurney. Who's the management comment from?
Through you, Mayor, it was by myself.
Okay, so it is Mr. Gurney. Thank you. So, Councillor Statham, second that. Would you like to speak to that now?
Yes. I believe one of our roles as a councillor is to assist in helping residents and ratepayers, of course, whenever we can. That's certainly a role that I think we do. A lot of residents may not have the use of a computer, and I agree with Councillor Ticehurst. It is a very tough time at the moment. There wouldn't be a person that I know that thinks the cost of living is not out of control. I think it's a great idea to bring this to the public, and I think no doubt it will be appreciated. I'm sure each and every one of the people here tonight agree that the cost of living is out of control. I think it's also relevant that there is a flyer go out in the rates once a year. Once a year is perfectly okay, I believe, just so that everyone has the opportunity to either come to council and visit to see what the opportunities are for them, mainly to save some money, or if they can't use a computer. So I think it's a very good idea that we look after the young, the old and the in-between. And if any way that we can help them with a service that they may be able to get a slight reduction on, I think we should be able to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Do we have any further debate? Councillor Marnie?
Agree with Councillor Statham. Not everyone will access their information through computers. Using the rates notice is a good way of getting that information out. My only concern is keeping the web page live, that it doesn't go stale and have out-of-date information on it. I've got to be convinced that we've actually got the resources to attend to that. I think there's elements in our existing web page that need refreshing. So that's my only concern with this, is whether we can adequately resource it to keep it fresh and get people coming back to it. Otherwise, people will just walk away from it, and it's... So I'd need to be convinced on that matter.
Thank you. I have some questions as well, but I'll allow someone else to speak. Councillor Ring.
I've looked at the websites that have referenced there. Council is not a one-stop shop for every issue in the community. We've got a role to play. There is information that's out there. Cost of living is a state and federal issue. It's not a council issue. We've got enough trouble looking after our own budgets. And I agree with Councillor Mahoney about staffing resources or issues currently with the webpage, keeping information up to date. If we have something there and it's not current and then someone gets burnt or has a bad experience, we wear it. The risk for this information sits squarely with state and federal government, not council.
Thank you. Councillor Goodwin.
Mayor Coleman, this motion highlights that council does not only deal with rates, rubbish and roads. Council has so many other functions in the community. We run libraries, sporting fields, numerous programs and events, just to name a few. We also have the community in mind when it comes to cost of living, because it affects all of us. As Councillor Ticehurst indicates in his motion, the state government has already put together an extensive list of services that provides to show all residents how to reduce their cost of living through the state-funded cost of living hub. I like the idea and it's a feel-good motion. However, it does need staff, funding and time. By approving this, it will take council staff member away from their day-to-day work. This will cost council set-up fees, ongoing fees and staff time to manage. When the state government already has a website in place to assist reducing the costs, I'm sure that any resident that has any local cost of living issues pertaining to council, one of our very friendly staff will be able to answer those questions or be able to direct them to the person that would be able to help them and to the cost of living hub. Maybe at the bottom of each newsletter we could release what we could have council cost of living tip and direct people to the cost of living website. A clear message was flagged at the last council information session that communication is one of the critical areas councils are requesting from both the public staff and councillors. This would be a good start, but not through the website, but through promoting cost of living tips. Council policy and the actual council website, this would achieve the same result without the cost of time and minimal staff. I have a bit more, but I'll go straight to the bottom. I was only supporting this in principle. However, after reading the management comments, I'm very happy for this to be created for the current financial year and evaluated at the end and see the success of the website or success of how it goes into the next financial year. So I will support this motion for those reasons.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. I just have a question through to the administration in regards to the management comment. Mr. Gurney, could you please explain to me how much this would actually cost in regards to staff time, and if resources are allocated to this, what resources would be missed, like what would not get done?
Through you, Mayor, the Director of Finance and Governance may have some information on approximately how long and the staff time involved.
Through you, Mayor, the indications from the IT manager would be, once the content has been confirmed, that it would be fairly quick to establish the webpage, but it's likely to be a series of links and policies that council can assist with in terms of hardship, etc.
Like, how much would it cost? Like, what are you looking at, ballpark figure?
I would have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. Further debate? Right of reply, Councillor Ticehurst.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it's a cost of living webpage, so by its very nature, I need it to be a cost of living webpage. In other words, done at links and all that sort of thing. In other words, whatever it takes. I mean, if it took it couldn't even be $500 from where I sit. That's the reality. But if it saves someone else money, and for whatever reason, if it saves one person money, as you be aware, I travel around the countryside and I see power bills of over $1,000 for pensioners, and I don't know about you, but it nearly brings you to tears, because but that's the reality that's out there, and anything they can save. What I'm finding now is it's not about giving grants and money and $300 power bill refunds. The reality is what we're trying to do is to teach a lot of people to reduce their things. In other words, turn things off. We've just done a water bill. We need to turn those off. We need to make sure the hose fittings are all correct and all that sort of stuff. That's the sort of thing we're looking for. We send out an email once a week, council connections. I understand there's about 1,500 there. I expect it to be somewhere in that every week. And just a little bit of information here and there. But once the page is set up, apart from keeping up to date, that's it. And there's a link to the state and federal government. And ours in that sort of big scheme of things is 1/3. The reality is there's not much to do. There's really not much to do once it's all set up and done. But we need to show people how to reduce their costs because there's not much as in grant or funding for anybody else. So I recommend it to all the government's doing it, the state government's doing it. Why wouldn't we do it? And if the other one thing I think I mentioned in here was if there's local businesses that want to participate, they've got discounts for whatever reason, so be it. Whack it on there because all of a sudden we're now supporting local business. I think, I won't say who it is, but someone I think gives 10% off mechanical repairs, but no one knows about it. So the reality is if someone wants to go to that mechanic, so be it. We're promoting the business in the town. So I recommend it to all council.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. So I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. The next item is 2.3. I need to leave the chamber. Councillor Ring.
Sorry, I got told if I lowered the seat you'd kill me. Item 2.3, Councillor Ticehurst request to state government for the waiving of penalty notices of $55 for non-voting arising from the 2024 Lithgow City Council election. Councillor Ticehurst, I assume you're moving?
Yes, I move the recommendation that Council write to Premier Chris Minns, Minister for Local Government Ron Honig, the Elections New South Wales Commission and the Chief Commissioner of Fines Administration to request the waiving of any future penalty notice of $55 being issued to any of the 2025 enrolled voters who did not cast a vote in the 2024 Lithgow City Council election, given the high excellent voter turnout of 87.25%, multiple pre-poll voting restrictions, absentee voting not being available, and voters unfortunately holding COVID health symptoms concerns on the official election day of Saturday, the 14th of September 2024. I move that recommendation.
Do you have a second, Councillor?
I'll second it.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, just briefly. I've said it all out there, but what does concern me, Council and Councillors, is that at the end of the day, with that 2025, certainly there'll be others that will have valid excuses for all sorts of reasons, and there'll be others that, to me, have no interest in local government. We had a very high voting at 87%, and it means that they must respond within 28 days of the issue of a notice for not voting, and if they don't reply within 28 days, they're sent a reminder notice before the matter is referred to Revenue New South Wales for further action in each case. There will be an additional $65 fee, and then that may result in a penalty notice enforcement order being made against them, which may lead to the cancellation or suspension of their driver's licence or the cancellation of their car reg. Now, in regards to that will generally be a young person, a person of very limited means, a poor person, a person that has no interest in anything that happens in the community. They're on the electoral roll, they've always been there, and they're going to have to pay this fee. This local government election was all in Lithgow. It's not where you can cast an absentee vote elsewhere, where you can, similar to state and federal government elections. And it really concerns me that why are we pursuing those people when we had such a very high rate of people voting in the election? And I think we need to be satisfied that we do have 87% of the population plus that want to get involved in a local election of 45 candidates. I notice also, for the information of the council, that at the same local government elections last year, the New South Wales Electoral Commission declared uncontested elections in 14 local government areas. And what happened there was the fact that there weren't enough candidates, and the other issue was that the Liberal Party didn't put candidates in some of the wards in some of the Sydney seats, in which case all the others got elected by virtue of the fact that there was only 5 spots and 5 got elected, and there were only 5 candidates. So there was a whole lot of people that didn't have to vote. They're not going to get fined because they didn't have to vote. So one minute you've got these people that got away with it, and then you've got these others that, to me, are going to come in under the for the sake of $55, another $65. They don't have the means. We've just passed the cost of living thing in regards to everybody's cost of living, and the whole federal election is going to be cost of living. Everything is cost of living, and here we are chasing $55. We don't see any of that $55. It goes into general revenue, and I think it's. I'd like to think that the council would support writing to the Premier and the Minister and trying to suggest that, let's waive those things. Recently they did waive something like, I think, 20,000, might have been more, COVID fines because they were all written up wrong. But, to chase $55 from, realistically, at the end of the day, this is going to be the poorest and the ones that can least afford it in a cost of living crisis. And I recommend the recommendation of the councils in support that we do at least do this process to see, no matter what the result is, at least we've acted on behalf of those that can least afford it.
Look, it's quite simple. People will say, well, it's only $55. If you can't afford it, you can go on a payment plan. Sometimes $5 a week completely destroys one's budget. And that money isn't going to come to our LGA. It's going to go straight into reserves. So I don't see a point in chasing it up. And we constantly have state governments going, we're running out of money. Well, here's an option. Don't bother sending out the fines. Save the money on the paper. Save the money on the workers. And let this go. There's no harm in asking them for it. So,
Councillor Mahoney.
I'm going to speak against the motion. I'm noting the significant number, 2,025, that chose not to vote or were unable to vote. They're 2 different categories. We did have a period of voting which included 2 Saturday sessions, and for those who joined us late night on a Thursday in the rain, that was also available till late. If those 2,025 votes decided to vote in this election, they would have come third and elected a candidate ahead of most of the councillor groups in this group. If they convinced 36 other people to vote with them, they would have elected possibly 2 people in second, and if they convinced 561, they would have been the lead group in the election. I don't see it as an insignificant number, and I think the Electoral Commission does provide for a range. If you are not in your area on polling day, you are excused. If you have religious and work commitments, you're excused. If people were sick, I'm sure that would be accepted as a reasonable statement. I have a strong sense around the civic duty associated with this. My mother was the first woman in my family born into an age where she could vote in Ireland. My sister was the second. I'm not one to give up the vote easily. Aboriginal people in this country couldn't vote in the federal election until 1962. The right to vote, to me, is one of the most significant rights we're afforded. There are many reasons why people don't vote, and the Electoral Commission allows a raft of reasonable exemptions to voting. So I'm sorry, I can't on principle support this. This country, I believe, has the strongest democratic system outside of the Westminster system, the UK, New Zealand, United States, and so on. So I'd like to keep this country's electoral system strong and keep people committed to where they can fulfilling their civic role.
Any other speakers? Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, I'm also going to vote against this. My initial thoughts about the motion, it wasn't a council issue. We have serious laws that govern how elections are run, the laws that everyone's to vote in this country and everybody knows the consequence if you don't vote. Everyone has ample time to vote. The people who don't vote will essentially be issued with a fine. When you're issued with a fine, there's an alternate form of redress, and that is you can elect to have the matter dealt with by a magistrate, or you can pay the fine off. If you have a genuine reason that you could not vote, you have the option to fight the ticket. That is the legal system and that's the law. I don't think that the Minister will entertain our request and advocacy in any way, but it's a motion, and if he decides to waive the fee, which I don't think he will, it would be a win for the people who broke the law and didn't bother voting for any of us anyway, and a slap in the face for all of the law-abiding people who did. It won't help the next election, as people won't vote, as there are no consequences. I'm not going to support the motion that's rewarding people who don't abide by the law.
Any other speakers, for or against? I'd just like to add a couple of comments before you have your final say. Councillor Ticehurst, I support both Councillor Mahoney and Councillor Goodwin. I support compulsory voting. It's the cornerstone of our democracy. It's why this country is so much better off than America. I've seen no evidence that the 2,000 odd people that didn't vote, the poor. Very easy to say it affects the poor. Well, if you don't have much money, then you get your backside off, you get to the polling booth and you vote. There is ample provision within the Act to seek exemption from the fine. There is nothing in the Act that allows a council or the government to waive the fine for an entire council area. That would require a change of legislation. It's not going to happen. And in the past 5 elections, including the by-election in 2017, the average number of people who have failed to vote is 2,244. There's a consistent number of people who fail to vote. There is a consistent number of informal votes. So I can't support the motion. Councillor Ticehurst, you're right to reply, please.
Thank you very much. Just in regards to the informal, if you look at the informal vote sitting in this room, because that was 6.1%, would have given them 9th spot on the council. So, but that's you just can't. That's people that have literacy issues, and there's all sorts of excuses for that. The other thing is, Councillor Mahoney was talking about the Aboriginal people. I mean, the one that this is going to impact the most are the Aboriginal people, because of the voice and everything else, don't believe in democracy and don't want to vote because of their Aboriginality. They're the ones that are going to suffer as well. So the fact that you bring in the fact that we're here with the country, we're going to get down to about 300 or 400, maybe even less, that where this is going to impact. So out of that 2,025, many will have excuses, many will be out of town, weren't here, all that sort of stuff. They were sick, whatever. But then we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. They're the ones that are going to suffer. They're the ones that have got the $65. They're the ones that lose their licence because they got fines and they just can't pay them, and they're moved on. They're not living at the address. So you're sending a lot of these letters to people that don't live at the same address, and then it just goes on from there. They find out later on when something happens. So there were, the reality is in the federal election, there'll be a lot of Aboriginal people that won't be voting either because of that issue. All right? We've had the voice, we've had everything else. They're going to say, why am I voting? And that's what's happening here. But they're the lowest marginal people that are going to suffer here as well. So what's the problem with sending this to the Minister and the Premier and making it to their attention? If you're prepared to give up all the COVID ones, all those people got fines, they lost their licence, they were, lost jobs, all sorts of things because of COVID fines, $1,000, $5,000, all this shit, unlawfully, legally, took them many, many years to get their lives back in order before they're still refunding some of those people now. So the reality is, what's the problem in asking? You can have all the democracy issues of, I respect the people to vote, but the reality is the ones that can least afford it are the ones that are going to cop this for $55. $55, it's going to go on and on and on. They're not at the same address, and then they get caught. That's the reality. Why can't we ask? Thank you.
I'll put it to the vote. All those for the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed? 2, 3, 4. It's a tied vote. As chair, I've got casting vote, and I did not support the motion. The motion was lost 5-4.
Can I just clarify that the protocol is that the casting vote is used in the Westminster system as a favourable vote, and I think that is correct.
Well, then you can put a complaint in because it stands.
All right, I just want to let you know.
No, that's fine. Been here before, and the mayor has a casting vote, and in the past the mayor has voted how they chose.
Can we have a division code, please?
Yes, we can have a division. All those for the motion. Councillors Ticehurst, Fredericks, Smith, and Councillor Evangelidis. All those opposed to the motion. Councillor Marnie, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Statham, Councillor Ring, and Councillor Ring cast as chair the deciding vote against. And with reference, Councillor Ticehurst, under the Code of Meeting Practice, Clause 11.2, the person presiding a meeting of the council has, in the event of an equality of votes, equality of votes, a second or casting votes. There is no requirement of that.
I wasn't talking about the code, I was talking about the Westminster system.
Sorry, with respect, I'm not interested. It's the Code of Meeting Practice. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We're now up to 2.5, which is Councillor Evangelidis' notice of motion.
With respect, we'll move procedurally to run them concurrently as one item.
So that means that we're also debating 3.9 as
Yes.
well. So firstly, I'll start with Councillor Evangelidis. Your notice of motion is the Lithgow Tourist rebrand. Is there a seconder?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Over to you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. In 2024, Lithgow Council directed a tourism rebrand to be implemented in 2025. I commend Lithgow Council for being proactive in this area. For the past few years, the previous rebrand, the Seven Valleys, has for me not only been confusing but sought to hide Lithgow. Clearly the reasoning for removing Lithgow was the negative stigma that had attached itself to Lithgow over the years. I suggest rather than removing Lithgow from our tourism, the goal should be to re-educate and redefine people's perception of Lithgow. The Lithgow of today and the Lithgow of the future is and will be vastly different to the past. Newcastle, Marrickville, King's Cross all had a negative stigma, but now they are clearly desirable locations. Everything negative I was told that Lithgow was has proved to be incorrect or grossly exaggerated. Many tourists are not aware of any stigma, it's just some actor's surname. To anyone that says these branding agencies are professionals in what they do, that might be correct, but that would assume they never get it wrong. They do get it wrong. There have been massive rebrands from top agencies with bigger budgets than ours that have failed. Can anyone remember Vegemite 2.0? A colossal failure. Or more recently, the Bureau of Meteorology attempted to change their name to just the Bureau. Also failed, a $220,000 waste of taxpayers' money. Or from the top agencies in Australia. In the 2 case studies of location branding the council was shown recently, one of which was award-winning, both had the location included in the title, that is, somewhere in the area that had a name. I believe this is paramount. Tourism is the gateway for growth. Tourism introduced our family to Lithgow. Key 7 Valleys in a real estate website and nothing will come up. Whilst I respect the argument that tourism isn't designed to attract a local market, I would argue that civic pride, the use of ratepayers' funds in implementing rebrands, has to be respected and considered. We moved to Lithgow, we didn't move to the 7 Valleys. The suggested rebrand for our region's tourism is amazingly bold. I don't get shocked by much, but it blew me over, but I kind of thought, well, hey, that's exactly what it should be doing. But at first glance, I thought it was an energy drink, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. I believe the addition of including Lithgow in the rebrand actually slides in perfectly, visually speaking, and most importantly helps communicate what is hugely important. Where are the 7 Valleys? Is it the 7 Valleys or the 7 Valleys? Yeah, is it 7 Valleys or the 7 Valleys? Key either in Booking.com, which is the world's largest accommodation booking platform, and you'll find places in France, the States, and Namibia. You actually have to key in 7 Valleys Visitor Information Centre to find us. Name me one holiday maker that would have keyed that in. In all the recent news stories regarding Lithgow's bike track funding, the 7 Valleys wasn't mentioned once, but why would they? We miss out on cross-promotion if Lithgow sticks with just saying the 7 Valleys. We are diffusing and confusing our brand. You can call a pub or a cafe 7 Valleys, but not rename the region. The Blue Mountains has been known as such since 1788. The 7 Valleys 3 years. We would have some serious catching up to do to match that kind of awareness. And to be honest, we have nowhere near the budget to re-educate and educate the tourist market. In Wikipedia, the 7 Valleys is the name of a book. And by the way, the 7 Valleys Cafe is in Ryde if anyone wants to pop in. To the other towns in our LGA that feel they are overlooked by being not one of the 7 Valleys, the benefit of including Lithgow in the title is it serves the whole region. In the same way Sydney serves tourist locations such as Manly and Bondi. Lithgow is the starting point, it's the point of reference. Bathurst uses their name in their tourism. Does Tafala and Rockley object? I don't think so. Bathurst last year won the Gold Award for Tourism in New South Wales. Once again, another award-winning tourism location with their name first and foremost. If council wants to stick with just the 7 Valleys, then this council needs to change its name, add a couple of zeros to a tourism budget, and any tourist-focused business in Lithgow should also change its name, apart from maybe an empty pub. My recommendation is that Lithgow has to be included in any future tourism rebrand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evangelides. Councillor Fredericks, you second the motion?
Look, I have to agree with pretty much all of that. How can we be pushing a tourism rebrand for the Lithgow LGA without the keyword Lithgow? It doesn't make sense. And as Councillor Evangelos did say, you Google 7 Valleys, it doesn't come up with us. And, well, not all the time.
Councillor Fredericks, please continue.
And these valleys that are included in the 7 Valleys are in the Lithgow LGA. It's not the 7 Valleys LGA, it's the Lithgow LGA. It does not make sense to exclude Lithgow. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sense of it and it's not making sense.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. Any further debate on this topic? Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, Mayor Coleman, I'm not in support of this notice of motion. Council acquired the services of Destination Marketing Store, a world-leading company that specialises in brand naming areas. They've rebranded areas such as Mudgee, the Northern Beaches, Eurobodalla, Barrington Coast and Mackay, just to name a few. Councillors attended the information session that was very informative about branding and what it would look like moving forward. I believe that the branding was great. It had a huge potential for the future of the LGA and tourism across Australia and the world. We invested considerable amount of money for their services, and the people in their company are experts in their field. I have no reason to doubt what they are presenting to us is actually at world standard. I'm looking forward to seeing the Seven Valleys branding become as well known as the Blue Mountains, the Hunter Valley, the Sunshine Coast, the Barossa Valley, just to name a few. We're experts in our area, some more than others, but none of us are experts in the branding or advertising. I advocate that we accept the experts have advertised what the experts have advised, and as a fourth generation local, I liked what was presented to us without any changes. And if you do Google the Seven Valleys, it's the first, Lithgow Council tourism site's the first thing that comes up.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Ring.
Firstly, this is not just about tourism. This is a rebrand. It's a place branding of the whole LGA. And on page 2 of 58 of the report, it states that as a result of the project, the development of a place brand that will meet the aims and needs of both the visitor economy and broader economy, including attracting investment, new industries and new residents. This means that the brand strategy will need to consider a broader audience than strictly those who are visiting the region for leisure or visiting friends and relatives. Yes, people will come here, as Councillor Evangelides did, liked it. Miss Browning came here, she's been coming up for a long time, likes the area, which is why we've got her working here now. But there's got to be a reason for them coming. We have an ageing population. Once again, it's in the report. 20 to 44-year-olds are the smallest population segment that we have. We need to attract new families. They need to see that it is an attractive location. This document that we're debating is a key tool for transitioning Lithgow's economy. It should, in my opinion, have access to the $1.1 million from the SRV rate rise for transitioning our economy, and it is consistent with the submission to the Independent Pricing Tribunal. As for Lithgow, I'm sorry, but page 42 of 58, and this is coming for people outside of the area, perception of Lithgow region and boundaries are blurred, with participants not necessarily connecting Lithgow City with the surrounding towns, villages and experience of the region. This highlights the necessity for an overarching place brand like Seven Valleys, and the role marketing communications has to play in telling the story of these places. Most visitors see Lithgow as part of the Blue Mountains, and for many years, and Councillor Stephen will be aware of this, were part of the Blue Mountains Oberon Lithgow Tourism Association. A number of businesses still associate with the Blue Mountains. Why? Because Lithgow as a brand doesn't sell. That's reality. Most of the people who complain to me about this live in Lithgow, I get that, they're proud. But so are the people in Portland, Wang, Tarana and the outlying areas. And as for the perception, it is real. Perception doesn't mean it's actually a dirty town here, but there's still a perception out there. And on page 35 of 58 from the visitor survey, what people don't like is there are a lot of people actively trying to invigorate the community and get over the unfortunate and undeserved reputation of a dirty mining town whose best days are behind it. But there seems to be a vocal minority who seem to enjoy being miserable and negative and do nothing other than whinge about the council or anyone else who sticks their heads above the parapet. There is an overall feeling from the people who participated in the survey that the time is right to move forward from the image of Lithgow as a coal mining town to a new and fresh image based on nature-based activities and cultural alignment. That's not the name Lithgow. And we all know Lithgow is not a dirty mining town now, but there's still a strong perception out there. We've spent $150,000. I've worked with the principals who have addressed us from this company. They've been directors in national parks. Professionals can get it wrong, just like councillors can get it wrong. It's human nature. However, they make decisions based on research study, experience, not an emotion, or I live here, I may own a business here, it might benefit me. They're looking at it from outside in, and this is what it's about. It's about creating a place brand that we can use to market not only tourism, but to encourage people to relocate, to encourage business to live here. And let's be realistic, we're competing with 1,000 kilometres or more of coastline. We want people to move here. They will move here from nature-based. People are not aware that Glen Davis or Glen Alice are associated with Lithgow. The evidence is not there. So no, I can't support this. I support what the staff have put up. I, for one, cannot justify wasting $150,000 on professional advice. Just can't do it.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate? Councillor Marnie.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Evangelidis, for your considered points, and I respect those. Just to the east of us are 4 million visitors per annum. They stop at the curtain. And yes, you rightly point out, Tom, Councillor Evangelidis, that there's a long history through the 20s. The Blue Mountains set itself. But when I go travelling, I try and look at comparables, and I look at St Helens in northeast Tasmania and Derby. Derby's an old tin mining town. It's a very smaller population than us, but they invested heavily in nature-based recreation, and they are completely swamped by tourists. Now, whether that's an outcome all people want, but certainly for the tourism sector, the connection with nature for Western Sydney and the Sydney Metro is a lot of the reason for why people end up in the Blue Mountains on the weekend. People don't perceive Lithgow with the possibilities. When I have visitors come, they tend to do 2 routes. I got no problem with Lithgow. I've lived here for 25 years. I love the joint. If they come from overseas and they want an Australian experience, the first town I take them to is Portland, because Portland has some of the great Australian architecture in place. They start there, they end up in the Kapiti Valley, end up in Royalston and Mudgee, and then we come back down through Safala and Hill End, or we end up for short trips out to Taranau and Rydal on sort of pubs and farmers markets and things like that. You can go horse riding in the Megalong. A large portion of the Megalong is Blue Mountains. There is a portion that is us. You can go riding in the Canimbla, you can have farm stay and all these different experiences. So there's a very authentic Australian experience to be had in our rural sector. And that helps also our agriculture business develop income lines that are available to them staying on farm as well as off farm income. So there's lots of things at play. I agree with what Councillor Ring's reading of it. It's very much a communication to people outside Lithgow. Would you like to move to the mountains? Yes, you can, but it'll cost you anywhere from $800 to $1 million. Would you like to move to Lithgow and have some of the same nature-based experiences, and it may cost you 3/4 or half of the cost? So they're appealing to fill, as Councillor Ring rightly puts, 2016 our population was a triangle. Now it's an hourglass. The hourglass, the missing middle, is exactly what you talked to, Councillor Ring, is the 25 to 40s. Our greatest export, Lithgow, is young people. They go to school, they're great people, and we end up exporting them to other areas. So industry policy, livability, all of these elements are part of the mixture. I'm happy to accept that I make mistakes, both as a person and as a councillor. I'm not, as Councillor Goodwin described, an expert in marketing. I'm willing to put some trust in this. I know a couple of terms of council have. I'd like it to be able to see its conclusion. But the concession I'd make to yourself, Councillor Evangelidis, is it may be Seven Valleys Portland, and there may be an image of Portland. There may be Seven Valleys, it may be smaller text. I'm not sure how that image plays out. But I'm still happy to give council a chance. I think the Gardens of Stone is the game changer for nature-based rec. It has everything Derby has, and there were people that actually took holidays from Lithgow to go riding in Derby. So I'm willing to maybe suspend some of my disbelief and I'll give this an opportunity, and respecting the previous councillor's investment in.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any further speakers?
Yes.
Councillor Statham, then, yep.
I think this is a really difficult item on the agenda, and it's a very serious item on the agenda. I've been quite satisfied with the progress that has occurred over the last couple of years. However, over the last couple of months, I've had a lot of complaints about where is the glowworm tunnels? Is it in, I said it's in the Seven Valleys. I said, where's that? So, and the Gardens of Stone. The other day I was at Coles, and somebody said to me, you still on council? I said, yes. She said, I'm from Cobbitty. She said, how do we get to the Gardens of Stone? I said, well, it's part of the Seven Valleys. She said, where's that? So I think that it's very necessary that Lithgow, we've got to be proud of where we live. I didn't vote on the Seven Valleys. It was before my time as the last time as mayor. I think the people that did that work, I know them both very well, and I think it's amazing what they've done. But I also think now that Lithgow is no more a mining town. It still is and brings in money that we can't live without. However, I firmly believe that Lithgow now is changing, and that's why I so badly want to see the new entrances come in and the new signage. But I do believe that we have to say Lithgow somewhere. I'm like what Councillor Marnie said. Should it be Seven Valleys in the Lithgow local LGA? Should it be Lithgow Seven Valleys? There's also 2 or 3 valleys that weren't mentioned that people, were quite upset about. But I think it's an effective marketing idea, and I think that we need to try, because I don't know that I know it will take years, and I know that we say the Blue Mountains and I'm going to the Central Coast. They never say I'm going to Terrigal or Tupley or something. But I think that Bathurst is really known for Mount Panorama. Their other industry for tourism is reasonable. We have amazing history in Portland, Willawong and Lithgow. I think the name Lithgow has to be there, even if it's in brackets underneath the Seven Valleys. We don't want to have spent all those thousands of dollars, ratepayers' money, and also funding. But I'd be quite happy to see the Seven Valleys and in brackets Lithgow LGA. I think we need to give it a go so that we can promote this area and not miss any opportunities with the new airport in Sydney at Badgerys Creek. It's nearing completion next year, and I think we need to promote our train travels and get more people here so that we are open for business. And I doubt if we're going to be open for business with just the Seven Valleys. I think we need to put Lithgow in small print. It doesn't have to be the biggest print, but we need to put where is the Seven Valleys. I went to the Bathurst races recently, and they said, where is the Seven Valleys, Marie? I said, within the Lithgow area. So whether you put Lithgow area, I don't know, but I think we need to give something a go so that our town that we are fighting to keep going can keep going.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Smith and then Councillor Tysus.
I've got to concur with Marie totally, because we're looking for a centre point to base this thing. Lithgow is a logical thing to at least have there where people know they're actually pointing in a certain direction. So, and Lithgow it's a Lithgow LGA, it's a Lithgow City Council, it's a Lithgow Council that's putting money into this stuff. And as for that Seven Valleys design they had, I don't think we're getting money for value there. I think that could be definitely glossed up a hell of a lot better. And I do agree with Marie, there should be some sort of a Lithgow logo centred into it.
Councillor Statham, please, Councillor Smith, but we understand.
She's a good person. But I do agree that it's got to have a Lithgow centre point in it. Like even there in front of you, front there, just the Lithgow Council logo with Lithgow on it. Even if it's only in the middle of it with the centre point. But I think the whole setup of it looks very drab to me. I think they could take it back to the drawing board and redo it. Thank you.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Tysus.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm certainly not going to spend another 150 grand to get me back where I started. I'm happy with the Seven Valleys process, and I do take on board what Councillor Statham said. I was actually going to ask the question in this one, where are you going to put Lithgow? Is it Lithgow and the Seven Valleys? Is it Lithgow's 'S Seven Valleys, or I didn't mind the one where Seven Valleys and in brackets Lithgow underneath, or just Lithgow underneath. You don't have to put it in brackets. I prefer the one underneath, but I think we need to we're just asking to be included. How it's included will be up to the branding people. Can I give you an example? When you come back from Bathurst and you go past Mount Lambie, there's a big Seven Valleys sign there. Now I think it's Pantoni's Crown, if I'm not mistaken, but that's it. Where the heck? What is it? No one knows what it is. You know, Seven Valleys. Is it a whiskey? Is it the Bathurst Lager? Is it? No one knows. You've got nothing there to show what's going on. I noticed with the Blue Mountains, we're talking mountains, and then Lithgow's doing the opposite, going valleys. So we're going low, they're going high. You know, the Seven Valleys is there. Whether I just think that Lithgow, you've got to say something where it is. It may be in a few years' time, and we get it recognised, we can drop the Lithgow. That will be up to a future council. But it may be, I think, to start with, I think we need to say where it is. And the other option we had is, would you call this the Seven Valleys Council? And if you're not prepared to do that, then you need to put Lithgow underneath it. And that's the most Eurobodalla Council down on the south coast. A lot of them, I think some of the ones up north, they don't go by whatever the town is. They've got their own little names, that sort of thing. But I think even if we started with just Lithgow underneath to sort of represent it, and then if we want to drop it off later on, you're still sticking with Seven Valleys. Seven Valleys gets known to be Lithgow, then you drop it off. But to start with, no one knows where the Seven Valleys is. And if you have a look at that sign coming in from Bathurst to Mount Lambie, I'm telling you now, you wouldn't be getting one web hit off that from anybody. And as Councillor Evangelides said, the reality is if they're coming past and the passenger's looking on their phone going, Seven Valleys, where's that? They could be getting anything in the world you wouldn't even know. So I think I'm happy to support the recommendation and just I don't know whether we need to say it or not, but we need to find out from the branding where if this is approved, is it on top, is it 'S, or is it just underneath? Nice and simple.
Thank you, Councillor Tysus. Before I give...
if I could, I'd just like to ask a question for you to the administration, just for clarity.
Sure, Councillor Ring.
What I'd like to know through you to the administration is the place branding. There has been discussion on using the individual towns in the Seven Valleys. Could you please explain how that is going to be used?
Mr. Elwood.
Through yourself, Mayor Coleman. So the Seven Valleys brand is, the placemaking marketing strategy would be using the range of the valleys, so the range of the Seven Valleys, in different ways. There are one of the mock-ups, not the final versions of what was proposed, had one marketing piece, let's just call it a large banner for placement that actually had Seven Valleys and listed or had the place names associated with it. Images would be used which would reference the locality of those images, and then the reference to whether we use Lithgow or Wallerawang, Kapiti. The program would have, and the graphic designers and the specialist marketing designers, so the creative team, have actually mocked up a range of different approaches they're looking at using, which reference each of the locations or small villages or towns in their own right. What I would say is that they have had difficulty just using one location or one town underlying the whole whole creative for the program. If I may, Mayor, can I make one comment, not specifically related to Councillor Ring's question, but a number of comments have been made about how our visitors or those viewing the program that has been implemented, I understand, over the last 5 years, will know where Seven Valleys is, whether we would have got any hits at all from the large billboards, one at Mount Lambie and another one at the top of as you're heading down through 40 Bends. And one of the very clear observations and advice that we have had in assessment of the program is we just have to accept that actually the Seven Valleys program for the last 5 years has not been rolled out to market in a coordinated, structured, or well-planned managed way. It hasn't been invested in correctly in that sense as well. So unfortunately, we're now in a situation where we do have Seven Valleys in the marketplace, and our opportunity over the past few years to have executed that in the market well has probably not been undertaken or achieved in the manner that would have been ideal. So we are playing a little bit of catch up there as well in that respect. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ring, does that suffice?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give you a right of reply, Councillor Evangelidis, I just got a few comments of my own, if that's okay. When this first came to council, very early stage, I think 2003, 2002, it was also debated back on the 25th of March 2024 and the 27th of May 2024 as well. 2022. So, and I'll go back to the meeting of the 25th of March 2024 and the meeting of the 27th of May 2024 when Councillor Statham was the Mayor at the time. Now this brand was debated at that meeting, both those meetings. It was discussed at that meetings. I voted in favour to, support the rollout of the brand. I do, however, like the statement that you've made, which is that the Lithgow of today and the Lithgow of the future and years will be vastly different. And I really like what you've put in your notice of motion. For me personally, I think we need to give this a chance. I want to support the rollout of it. I think we need to give it a go. I personally would like to see a community campaign in regards to supporting Lithgow and civic pride and so forth and so forth, which can run concurrently. So we have a tourist campaign and then we have a community campaign. So that's just my thoughts on it. I'll just leave you with this. I re-watched the May 2024 meeting, and in that meeting, Councillor Marnie made a statement that I found very profound. Look, I can't repeat it basically word for word, but basically he said, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that sometimes we need to know when we need to be ourselves, and sometimes we need to know when we need to be part of the bigger picture. So I think it's important to support the Seven Valleys branding. Let's give it a go. If it doesn't work, then let's bring it back, and let's go from there. That's just my thoughts on the matter. Councillor Evangelidis, I'll give you your right to reply.
Thanks, Mayor Coleman. Can I just ask for you to the directors, can I mention the proposal of the new branding?
You can ask a question, Councillor Evangelidis.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
Am I allowed to make reference to that?
Yes, I got an answer. Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Very cool. Okay. Firstly, I am on the outside looking in. I've only been here 4 years. I am your target market. I'm new. I moved to Lithgow. I've had it my whole life in creative fields. I've been on more campaigns. I've sat on lots of meetings. I know this is my area. There's a lot of areas I don't know. This is what I know. I've done pitches to top agencies. I've sat listening to pitches. I know how agencies work, well and truly. The new branding is 7V. The number 7, the letter V. Now when that first came up, 7V, a photo of a location. Oh, it's a new energy drink? Oh no, okay, that's our marketing. Whoa, that blew me away. I thought that is so bold. Like, I'm not conservative, but that is bold. Now, every location, every example they gave us, the ones Councillor Goodwin said, all had the name of the location. Am I missing something here? They all had the name of the location, right? I can see this so clearly. I am the outside looking in. Okay, I'm it. 4 years I'm new. Okay, I will make sure Lithgow is a cool place to live. All the new people that have moved here in the last 2 years, I'm just amazed. Why'd you pick Lithgow? But there's so many reasons people are moving to Lithgow, and these are the people that are going to make Lithgow a cool place, as did Newtown, as did King's Cross, as did Marrickville. We don't need to remove Lithgow, honestly. And I'm not talking about wasting 150 grand. I hate waste. When I sat there and I saw 7V, I thought, if they had Lithgow 7V, so Lithgow underneath 7V, that would give me a point of reference. Oh, Lithgow, what's 7V? That gives me the curiosity. It gives me the reason to, what's that? Okay. When I first saw that, I'm close friends with creatives, top designers, agency people. I did a little mock-up myself with Lithgow above it. I sent it to them. I said, what do you reckon? And they said, visually, it works. Looks good. Actually, it's a good campaign. I said, yeah. If you take Lithgow away from that, you're just confusing people. And believe me, we do not have anywhere near the budget to have 7V become our new tourism direction. Oh, we don't. We cannot educate people. Let's start off with a point. Lithgow, that's the point. In 10 years' time, people will think of Lithgow in a totally different way. Remember, I'm not from Lithgow. I'm not attached to Lithgow. If anyone, I should be the one embarrassed by Lithgow. Well, I don't want to tell people I live in Lithgow. I'm the city wanker, right? So I should be the one that's
Councillor
embarrassed by
Evangelidis,
Lithgow.
be mindful of you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
There's Australian vernacular. I'm the one that should be embarrassed by it, but I'm not, because I see the potential in Lithgow. And Councillor Statham's right. I mean, it happens daily. I have an Airbnb. People come for my Airbnb. They come because they've looked at Lura, they've seen the house, Airbnb, and they go, wow. Okay, they don't know the first thing about Lithgow. I don't upsell anything. I go to House and Swore, I'll check that out, and tell me know what you think. They come back amazed. A busy day was 3 cars up there. Now, I'm not upselling them anything. They walk away with an impression that Lithgow is actually great. And whenever you're a tourist, you go to the real estate agent window, you have a little, oh, gee, that's affordable. A lady across from me from Manly bought the place. She hopes to move here one day. I mean, it's happening. It's happening. And, I gave you real examples of how we are missing out on cross-promotion. Bike track in Lithgow, great. It's got 7 valleys. Lithgow 7V, it can work. It can work so well. Nothing's wasted. We've got the 7 valleys. There's a little bit of momentum there. I'm not saying it's been useless, but Lithgow 7V, curiosity. What's that? I know where Lithgow is. I've heard of that place. It all falls into line. It's perfect. I'm not going to be told by any agency that Lithgow above the 7V cannot work. I've got my team, and this is my world. So please consider it.
Councillor Evangelidis,
okay, cool. I'm done. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Are you happy for me to put the motion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All declare it carried. Ask for a division. So those in favour, please raise your hand. In favour is Councillor Statham, Councillor Evangelidis, Councillor Smith, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tyson. Those against, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Ring, Councillor Marnie and Councillor Coleman. The matter's been carried. Thank you, councillors. We move on.
3.9.
3.9. Is there a motion? Have to take in consideration what was just carried.
I don't think the motion there negates it being adopted by council. It just means that the motion that's been adopted has to be incorporated into the planning.
So are you moving that way?
Yes, I'd move.
So Councillor Ring's moving the recommendation in front of us, Councillor Ring?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there a seconder? We're up to 3.9.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Ring?
I'm happy with where it's going, and we've had the vote. So We can look at the creative design, we can see if it works. It'll be brought back to council. This is not going to be a done deal, but that's my assessment of the recommendation. But we do need to see how it's going to work and see some graphics and designs. So it obviously will take into account the motion that's just passed.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Fredericks?
Well, it is a big step rebranding, and we're stepping into unfamiliar territory for many of us, so there's going to be things that are going to work, going to be things that aren't going to work, and we as adults have to process it together and hope for the best.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. Any further debate on this matter? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you. Notice of motion 2.8, which is Councillor Smith, mayoral and councillor participation on all committees. Councillor Smith, could you please read out your recommendation and then your commentary?
I'm happy to second that, Mayor Coleman.
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
At an ordinary meeting of council on the 25th of 11th 2024, council representations on council committees was processed. It had been noted that at least one committee was not listed, being the Future Jobs and Investment Committee. Was this committee the only one missing, or are there other committees that have been omitted? The Future Jobs and Investment Committee must surely be one more critical and important in regards to the council and the economy and as we go forward. My recommendation is that all future Lithgow committees include councillor participation, and second point, that 2 councillors are elected to the established Lithgow Future Jobs and Investment Committee. Further commentary on this?
Hang on, before you move forward, has the minute taker got a copy? Yep, okay, thank you.
Now, through management notes I've been able to gather together, there was only one other committee that does not have council restrictions specified, and this is specified by the local government regulations, which I think people might be familiar with, audits and something. Now, restrictions with the Future Jobs and Investment Committee, this does not appear to have the same restrictions. The council established a Future Jobs and Investment Committee at the advice and recommendation of the LEAP report. Purpose of the committee is to share a responsible and accountable framework. It does not have a determining function, only advisory. The findings are passed on to the LEAP partnership and council, which is all acceptable. But, in summary, the Future Jobs and Investment Committee is an internally established committee set up by council with no council participation. It receives recommendations from experts, strategists, managers within the LEAP organisation, but from what appears to have no local membership input. It must be asked that council be supplied all minutes and reports regarding this committee. Participation does not actively see whether this is of value to our community. Note, last paragraph of the management comment recommends the council receives a review of the present structure due to the New South Wales government proposals. Note, there is no time frame on that, so we can only guess when it could get done. So my recommendation stands: have the reviews implemented, and can all previous minutes of these Future Jobs and Investment Committee meetings be tabled to council for all to see. And I go back to my recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Ring, you seconder?
I did. I was just thinking, I'd like to add a third point if Councillor Smith is in agreement, and that is that the terms of reference are modified to be consistent with all council committees, that the Mayor is considered a member and has the capacity to chair the meeting.
Councillor Smith?
I have.
Thank you.
Councillor Ring, back to you. You wish to debate as the seconder?
Firstly, in the management comment, I'd like to think that underlining certain sentences was purely an accident, because I don't like being made to feel like I'm a child that needs things pointed out to me. Most people know I get very pedantic about management comments. They have to be factual, they're legal. The Code of Meeting Practice specifies. I'm not interested in opinions. This is our debate. Excuse me.
Councillors.
You know,
Councillor Ring.
excuse me, Councillor Ring, that's not very fair.
Excuse me.
Councillor Ring. Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Ring, I don't like to do that, but seriously, they're all working so hard, and if they've got time to give a commentary, it helps us make our decision. We don't necessarily have to follow the commentary, but it's absolutely awful for you to have just said what you said. Take it back, please. Apologise.
Councillor Ring.
I know you won't.
Councillor Ring.
I won't take it back, because Code of Meeting Practice specifies what the administration can actually write in the commentary. It is purely factual information. That's in the Code of Meeting Practice. We either adhere, and it's not, we haven't actually adopted it. So I'm happy for the management to actually put in commentary as long as it is consistent with the principles of the Code of Meeting Practice. And that it has to be financial, risk-based and legal, not personal opinions.
It also states, Councillor Ring, in the Code of Meeting Practice that you need to make sure that you are consistent, maintaining order, and make sure that you don't do insult and make unfavourable personal remarks. So I'll bring that to your attention. So please get on with your debate.
Thank you.
And remove those. Thank you.
Okay. We were told that good governance was not having any councillors on the committee. That's not true. I've dealt with a lot of these businesses through the business chamber. I continue to have dealings with them. Having councillors present is not going to exclude or stop these people talking. The majority of people on this committee now, particularly from government departments, are there in an advisory capacity. They are not voting. Their departments have not provided them with authority to vote on anything. They're there just to listen and give some advice. That's it. I think it's imperative that committees like this, particularly LEAP, have councillor representation. Out of the SRV, $1.1 million is going to LEAP. That's a lot of money. And I have issues with how we've been spending it, how it's been overseen, and we're answerable to the community. That's 1/6 of the rate increase that we had, and that was approved by the previous council, 1/6. We have to be accountable, and we need councillors in there.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate? Councillor Tysos.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering whether the Mayor and the seconder would be point 2, I think, should be the Mayor should be the elected person to the established. That's a very high level committee, and we need the Mayor to be representing the council on that committee, and the delegate can be the Deputy Mayor if that's the case. But one or the other goes there rather than just 2 councillors.
So with respect to there should be a third point up that the terms of reference allow for the Mayor to be there and to chair, consistent with all meetings.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Tysos, or do you want it?
Well, it's not there.
So, Councillor,
No, it's not there.
it's not up
We
on the
need it
board
up.
yet. So, sorry, we're just waiting for the. There it is now.
Yep,
Do you want to
there it is.
review? Can
Yep.
we review that, please? Okay. Any further debate? Are you happy with that, Councillor Tyson?
Well, if that's the case, then number 2 doesn't apply.
Okay, so that means that it doesn't. Yeah, because it basically cancels it out.
Sorry, with respect, Mayor Coleman, if I may, if you look at the terms of reference, all our committees, it states that the Mayor is ex officio or whatever.
Oh, okay.
a
So
member.
you're talking about a three people.
I'm talking about 3 because as Mayor, you may not choose to attend, you may not be able to, you're working. That is entirely your prerogative. You can attend any,
Now I understand.
any
Yeah.
meeting.
Councillor Tyson, do you understand?
Is this right of reply or not?
No. So, sorry, this is still debate. So, Councillor Statham, did you want to speak on this matter?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I think the Mayor, whoever the Mayor may be, should attend this meeting at all times, if possible. This is a high-level meeting that good and bad decisions could be made, and I think that that's the responsibility of the Mayor to come back with a report to the council meeting that previous month or week or whatever it is, and 2 other delegates be able to attend.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Any further debate? Put it to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare against. So declare that carried. So we've actually got a matter arising from this now. Did you want to elect the 2 delegates now to this? Councillors, we've got a matter arising.
I'd like to throw my hat into the ring.
So Councillor Ring, yeah, you'd like to be a delegate. Councillor Marnie or Councillor Goodwin?
Just happy to second that.
So you're going to count.
nomination,
So okay, so Councillor Ring is is nominating himself, and you're happy to second that. Do we have someone else? Councillor Goodwin, you would like to second that, Councillor Statham? Yeah. Would you like to? Yeah. Councillor. Okay, so we've got Councillor Goodwin and we've got Councillor Ring. Councillor Ring's been seconded by Councillor Marnie, and Councillor Statham's been seconded by Statham, Councillor Goodwin. So, sorry, Councillor Goodwin's been nominated, Councillor Statham seconded. So, if we're all accepting of that, I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. Notice of motion. Councillor Smith, introduction of an opening prayer added to the agenda of the council ordinary meetings. Councillor Smith, your recommendation and your commentary, and is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Tysos. Councillor Smith.
As incorporated in numerous LGAs along with other acknowledgements, there are that an opening prayer be conducted. Approach has been made by the Reverend Mark Groombridge of the Anglican Church, suggesting all denominations participate on a rostered basis when ordinary meetings of council are held. The recommendation is the council add the prayer into the meeting agenda, and council administration confer with religious denominations to proceed on a rostered timetable. Further commentary. This comes as a community request by our religious community, has respectfully inquired about performing an opening prayer at the beginning of each ordinary meeting. The religious community represents a large part of our constituency and in the Lithgow area LGA, and help to support people of need in the community. An opening prayer is not uncommon in LGAs. A recent Code of Council instruction, which was conducted by ex-Lithgow Council employee John Rayner, stated this as such a fact in many LGAs. It's also apparently in operation in Bathurst, and if you get into social media, it actually has some pretty good production to help their meetings on their way. And one Sydney particular group said it was one of the best things they ever done. They thought it wasn't going to be any good, and that came from an atheist. I believe this to be a conscience vote by all us here now, so you can live by your vote.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Tysos.
Thank you, Mayor. I congratulate Councillor Smith for bringing this up, because he's clearly representing the community. It would have a lot of application in respect of a lot of religious groups out there. How many? 26 registered groups in the community, so it'd be over a couple of years. We'll probably get through them all in the next thing if we proceed with it. I'm just happy to move the recommendation of a debate, and as Councillor Smith just said, it is a conscience vote, and as such, I move that the motion be put immediately.
We have a procedural motion. The motion be put. So I have to put
2 for and 2 against?
It doesn't need two for it. It's a procedural motion, so the motion gets put. So if you agree with the procedural motion, then I put the motion. If you vote for it...
No, sorry, under 10.25, Mayor, that states clearly that a councillor may move that a motion or amendment be now put if the mover of the motion or amendment has spoken in favour of it and no councillor expresses an intention to speak against it. I will speak against it.
Okay, well, to further the code of meeting practice, Councillor Ring?
Can I speak then?
Yes, you
I
can.
have my microphone on.
Councillor Statham.
Yes, look, I brought this before the council 2.5 years ago, and it was rejected. I think if we follow the council trends in most local government areas, I've run 4 mayors. Each one of those has a prayer, but they've changed what they're doing, and this is why I think this needs more attention than we think it does. We have 26, as Councillor Frederick says, 26 known religious groups now in our local government area, which is quite extraordinary. And I started this journey way back in 2012 when I realised that Forbes and Bathurst did this, and it was again rejected. However, now what Bathurst is doing now, it takes 2 minutes, 2 minutes. And what it does now, the mayor reads out a 2-minute prayer. Everyone stands and then they sit, and the mayor of Forbes says it's the best thing they do. There is no controversy for at least the first hour. It settles people down, gives them a respect. Even atheists, it doesn't matter what religion or denomination of religion you practice, if it takes 2 minutes in Bathurst, they announce it, everyone stands, and that the mayor can ask for, if she so wishes or he so wishes, to get a prayer from each one of those religious organisations. There will be some that don't want to participate. There will be a lot that will be very happy to participate. But that takes another 12 to 15 minutes. I think I'd like to see another point put on this, Councillor Smith, whereby the mayor, on behalf of all the religions in our local government area, can express a 2-minute prayer, and each one of the councils, if they so wish, can put in a sentence in that. It doesn't have to be a prayer all about the church. It can be about the people that we have come into our town. We're very fortunate to have that. We wish all the children good holidays. It doesn't have to be a religious prayer that takes away from any religion. But I'm quite passionate about it now, and I think it's a reasonable question to ask.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. That was in favour. I need a councillor against. Are you speaking against, Councillor Fredericks? Yep, against. Thank you.
All right. Since this all got published, multiple Facebook groups have put it up. There's over 100 comments on all of them, and I've only come across 3 that say it's a good idea. Every other comment is pretty much, you don't mix religion and politics. And as someone who goes out of her way to avoid anything religious, because I do not believe in any of it, being made to sit through a prayer would be quite offensive for me, because I have no faith in it, I do not believe in it, and I do not believe it has a place here. Many in the community feel the same way. If you have faith, by all means say a quiet prayer to yourself before the beginning of council, but it should not be forced onto anyone. Doesn't matter your faith or your dominion. If you do not want to hear a prayer, you should not be forced to sit through one. Sorry, that's just my personal view on this.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. Further, Councillor Ring, speaking against?
Yeah, I'm speaking against. I do have a question I'd like to put for you to Councillor Smith. The way I read this motion is that it's purely Christian denominations. We have more than Christian faiths in our community. I'd like clarification on that.
Councillor Smith?
I was sort of anticipating this would arise, and personally I would not be worried if it was all types of faiths, and if they all wanted to participate in that. I don't know exactly how many are in the area. This approach was made by the Christian church, so I assumed to get a foot started we would sort of move with that first, and if some of these other faiths arise, well, I think it'd be a good idea. As this case I seen on social media, it started off in Sydney, and they started off with a certain amount, just probably the Christian faith. Then they moved into all the other faiths, and after a while everybody actually really enjoyed it because it had variation. So I can't see a problem with that, no.
No, thank you. I appreciate the answer. I'm not going to support the motion, but I do appreciate your answer. I firmly believe in the separation of state and church, and it must be maintained. I don't believe there's a place for religion here. I don't care what's on Facebook. At the end of the day, Facebook is not an indicator of what the majority of people think. Christian faith is diminishing across the country, particularly in Australia. Overseas, it might be strong in some areas, may not be in others. But at the end of the day, we need to leave religion out. I respect the religious views of everyone, and I am happy that Councillor Smith is supported here, and I will defend the right of all religions that are legal in this country to practice their religions. But I do not believe that there is a place in this chamber for a religious prayer, as is put here now.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate? Councillor Evangelides?
I agree with Councillor Statham. I mean, I'm happy to listen to anything for a few minutes. I actually think it's a positive vibe. I'm not a religious person, but you know, affirmations or whatever it is, I just think it's nice. And I mean, you know, we're listening to a lot of other stuff, and I actually think it'd be a positive thing. I'd actually look forward to it, hearing the different denominations, different religions and things. So it's not hard to listen to something. I listen to Welcome to the Country, and I'm fine with it, and I'm fine with a prayer. You know, I think it's a nice thing, and you know, declining faith. Maybe, you know, things like this can actually reverse that, perhaps. I don't know, but listening is not hard.
Thank you, Councillor Evangelides. Before I give a reply to Councillor Marnie.
Just briefly, I come from an Irish Catholic faith. I don't have any negative commentary to run on growing up in that faith. Much of my value system is based on that, but I am not a practicing Catholic. I actually am an atheist. I will respect the council's decision if they wish to have a prayer, and I deeply respect other people's faiths from whatever culture they come from. I don't believe it should be part of the council meeting, but if a decision is made by the council, I will respect that. But I can't participate. I think it's actually disrespectful. I sometimes attend church to listen to what's being said, but I won't participate in communion because I think it's disrespectful if I don't actually believe it. But I value strongly the work that church groups do in our community, and I'll leave it at that. It's a deeply personal thing, and it is for a lot of people, so I don't want to speak any more to it.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Goodwin, did you know? Okay, I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that lost.
Mayor, if we could have a 10-minute break, thanks.
Yep, okay, division. All those in favour? Those in favour is Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Smith, and we're doing a division, and Councillor Statham. So Councillor Statham, Councillor Evangelides, and Councillor Smith is in favour. Those against is Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Ring, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysus, and Councillor Coleman. The motion's been lost. So we're having a 15-minute adjournment. 10-minute adjournment. Sorry, Councillor Tysus has asked for a 10-minute adjournment. We'll be back.
Can we please have a vote on that? We've just had a 15-minute adjournment. It's now 10:10. This is hideous.
We had a 10-minute adjournment, not a 15.
I've been asked for a 10-minute adjournment, and so they're having it. It looks. Declare that carried. Thank you to the public who waited 10 minutes. Thank you to the councillors. Okay, We are up to, my understanding, is 2.11. Notice of motion, Councillor Marnie, review of primary school crossing safety in the Lithgow local government area. Councillor Marnie, if you could please, your recommendation and your commentary, and is there a seconder?
I'll second
Yes.
Councillor Ring got in first. Thank you. Councillor Marnie.
Okay, I've noted the management advice, and I appreciate some clarification on a couple of things. So I may not have read the bureaucratic pathway to dealing with these safety issues, but so it may mean that I've perhaps got to modify the recommendation. So the recommendation that all traffic zones surrounding primary schools within the Lithgow local government area be scheduled to undergo a review, if my understanding is right, is by Transport for New South Wales, but I've got a few different bits of advice there. And if that is the correct point, that the review should focus on improving sightlines at school crossings, parking and other child safety issues, with any proposed improvements reported back to council, not for implementation, because I'm understanding that the implementation may come from Transport for New South Wales. Thank you. Just a few you, Mayor Coleman, if I could just quickly clarify a couple of things with Mr. Edgecombe.
Definitely.
So that if I also could ask Trinity if you could make those couple of changes to the recommendation. Essentially, I was approached by parents about a couple of very specific issues, and the management plan, the management comments is useful, but it basically is revolving around primary school children leaving school and beginning school and their vulnerabilities around that. Now, there's two specific areas that I've been asked to bring forward, which is the southern side of Lithgow Public School, particularly along Esbank Street and Short Street, and also the crossing at Western Main Street, located just to the east of Coolwell Primary School. Now, the issue raised at Lithgow Public related more to the 10-minute parking bay, which sat to the southern side of the crossing, because I parked my high profile ute and I walked across the asphalt with the parent, and a car came around and neither of us saw the car coming around as we stepped out into Short Street. So there was a very specific issue there. Also, the sun setting at Coolwell, it's not sitting on a crest as a crossing, was also raised as an issue. So I am happy for these matters to be referred into what I also understanding is there's a current review going on. I also accept the management statement that some of this is behavioural. I do have some sympathy for young parents who've got to juggle work and picking kids up. So there is a desire to be able to get in and get out pretty quickly. So yes, some of the solutions as you talk to Wallerawang will come through a partnership between my apologies, the parents and the school and Transport for New South Wales. So I'll just ask if these issues can be forwarded into that current review.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Ring?
I'd like to ask a question for you to the administration. I'd just like to get clarification on the advice. Partly because I'm on the TAL committee and looked up the terms of reference, and secondly because I went to the Transport for New South Wales site and I downloaded their publicly available information, and although they fund a lot of stuff, what they do state clearly, if your school is on a regional or local road, your local council is responsible for parking, for example, changes to restrictions and signs, road repairs, pedestrian crossings, installation of traffic calming devices, off-road shared paths. If it's like Maud Street or Main Street coming in past Coolwell, they're state roads. So is that correct? So if it's a local or state road, is our responsibility, not Transport for New South Wales.
Mr. Edgecombe, I believe, can answer that.
Thank you, Mayor Coleman. It's my understanding that there are functions delegated to Council by Transport for New South Wales that we must refer to the TALC before decisions are made. My understanding is that that includes things like zebra crossings and some parking zones. However, what I'll do is I'll get your reference off you after the meeting, Councillor Ring, and I'll refer that directly to Transport and we'll get some specific advice relating to that matter.
No, look, I'd appreciate it. I support the recommendations that it stands. If subject to advice, can always be modified or discussed in TALC, and then it can always come back in the minutes with a recommendation on how we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate on this topic? Councillor Fredericks.
As a parent whose children do go to Lithgow Primary, I will pick apart one part of the management commentary which states largely crash statistics of the area must be considered at the locations listed. And point 2, no crashes or pedestrian incidents reported in Short Street or Esbank Street. That's because near misses do not get reported. You go down to the corner of Short Street and Esbank Street, any school afternoon as the kids are coming out, your heart will stop. The amount of kids I've seen nearly wiped out, mine included, me included, because you do have all the four-wheel drives parking down Short Street. You can't say past them. I have to pretty much run out into the middle of the road to make sure that the kids can cross. And before anyone suggests, oh, we'll get the rangers out, we'll get the police out, that's already been done repeatedly. It clears it up for about 3 days. And then all the parents start parking there again, which again increases the risk to the children. In my view, that Short Street does need to become a one-way street, but it's not going to stop the parents that are in a rush coming like wild balls around that corner from Esbank Street. It is a very dangerous intersection and it's only a matter of time before a kid is killed there.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. Any further debate on this matter? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Marnie. Would you like a right of reply?
Just briefly, I appreciate what Councillor Fredericks has just said, because that was actually one of the issues that was raised, was the possible solution making it a one-way street which manages 2 traffic flows coming across with children in amongst it. So if I could ask that also be considered, and perhaps even an additional dot point just to look at the option there with a one-way traffic flow in Short Street.
Mr. Edgecombe, have you? Mr. Edgecombe said that he's noted it down. Okay. That's the right of reply. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. Next item is 2.12. Councillor Marnie, development of a council volunteer policy. Councillor Marnie, and is there a seconder? Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie, your recommendation and commentary, please.
Okay, the Council endorses the first stage of the development of the Lithgow City Council volunteer policy by referring the attached draft document to the relevant committees suggested as Strategic Review Committee, Community Development, Environmental Advisory, Finance Committee and staff for review. If you're happy for me to talk to it, again, I appreciate the management comments. It's also important both the internal and external stakeholders are part of this conversation. Now, Councillor Evangelidis talked to a body of expertise that he had in something. This is something that I've spent most of my working life working around. I currently work in an organisation that has 600 volunteers, that I have one officer between the supervising officers. Those volunteers work on 65 council reserves. They do 11,000 hours, and at current grant-funded co-contribution rates, you're looking between 35 and 42. You're looking at about $385,000 to $462,000 per annum. It's important that we don't just see it as a singular service area. It goes across a range of service areas. We have off-road cyclists who are involved in building mountain bike tracks. We have recreational climbers who are involved in building walking tracks. There's also the Chamber of Commerce, who anyone that's gone down Lura Main Street, Katoomba Main Street, Wentworth Falls Main Street, Blackheath Main Street, there's a very significant amount of participation in that. We also have our cultural centres. We also have individuals who are interested in graffiti removal. They go across all sectors, leading walks. So there's, and the interesting thing is our population, we spoke to it briefly, we're somewhat like an hourglass shape. So we've got about 30%, 1 in 3 of our people my age, around pre-retirement, retirement and upwards. And they bring tremendous life skills to organisations they participate in. So I do a bit of policy writing. It wasn't exactly my idea of a fun Christmas break, but I'm happy to assist in getting the process moving. I think it's something that's very valuable. I know it's referenced in the golf course. It's you've got a situation there where you've got up to 20 people every Tuesday who may do a half hour, do a half day, which is 4 hours. I'll let somebody else do the maths in the background, but you're looking at a very significant co-contribution to managing a council asset. The only concerns that do come up, and I helped with the establishment of the one in my local government area I work, is that it has to be very clearly understood, the industrial relation. It's not a tool to replace paid staff or their positions. And that needs to be understood, and it also is not to be used in industrial disputes, that it's brought in to replace workers. Volunteers are not unpaid workers. They volunteer for the rewards that volunteering offers, not they don't want to be utilised as unpaid workers. I would doubt that there isn't one councillor in here that hasn't participated to deliver significant community outcomes with volunteers they've worked with, sporting groups, cultural groups over the years, school P&Cs, all sorts of. If we asked every volunteer organisation to bring all their reps to the rec hall, and we asked those who received any financial payment just to stay on the left-hand side, we'd be lucky if we get a handful, and we'd have the joint full of people who volunteer. So what we're trying to do is make sure our governance structure's right. We've got all our procedural manuals, we've got our safe working systems. We don't have a policy statement that says this council welcomes volunteers to participate in the business of council. And the opportunities are tremendous for people, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Ring?
Yeah, I'll be succinct. I'm glad he's done it, because I got sick of hearing him in the last term saying we haven't got one. So I did give him a hard time about actually doing something, and I'm really glad he did. So it'll go to the committees, the staff will look at it, it'll come back to council, it'll go out on public exhibition, done and dusted.
Thank you. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Statham?
Yes, I think it's a great idea. I think volunteering is the most rewarding thing that I've ever done. I think also that people now, the men tend to have the men's sheds, which is excellent. They go there even if they just chat. But there are plenty of people that are semi-retired or don't have family in town. And I really do believe that the sooner this gets through, the better. I realise there'll be some extra work for council to make sure that the OH&S and everything is absolutely spot on. But the amount of people that now have moved to our town that love gardening. I'm a gardener, I love gardening, and to know that you may be able to get 4 hours of work 3 days a week from someone for absolutely nothing except being, make sure they agree with what the requirements will be. And I think, as Councillor Marnie has stated, that we all need something so that we have something to look forward to. And there are a lot of people out here that don't know many people, haven't got many friends, and because they're quite new to the area. And I think it'll be a great help to our outdoor staff if we can get a few reliable conscientious people that are willing to listen to council staff in directions, I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Any further debate? If not, I'll put.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Tyson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to. I think we need to put a date on this. I'm not happy that it's endless. You need it's either 3 months or, as Councillor Ring said, it's got to go out on public exhibition, all that sort of thing. I mean, you need to put a time on this. I don't know whether it's 3 months or 4 months.
Bring it back to March.
I'm just concerned that some of these committees don't meet for a bit. That would be the issue. So that's why I think it must be a quarter of, so at least 3 months. And somewhere all those committees would be meeting in the next 3 months, I would assume.
Can I get some advice on that, Mr. Gurney?
Through you, Mayor. I would say 3 months should be satisfactory, which would make it April.
So Councillor Money, would you like to amend your recommendation?
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
So-
What's the date of the meeting in the end of April, if that's the case? If we can come back to the meeting at the end of April.
I think if you'll pop that into the recommendation, Councillor Money, are you happy
Yep.
for that?
Very happy. Yep.
So we'll just wait for the minute taker, if that's okay. It's the April council meeting would be suffice. Thank you. All right. If we've got that corrected, that's okay. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you, Councillor Marnie and councillors. We're now on to
316.
316. Any motions, councillors?
I'd like to move the motion. If it's seconded, I've just got 2 questions.
So 316, which is page 79. So are you moving that way, Councillor Ring? Is there?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to move it. Once it's seconded, I've just got 2 questions. Whether or not they're answered tonight or by a memo tomorrow, I don't really care.
Okay, is there a seconder? Are you moving what's in front of you, Councillor Ring?
Yes.
Okay, is there a seconder? We're page 79.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Ring?
I only have 2 questions for the administration, and that is, of this particular contract, how many kilometres will be treated during the expenditure of these funds? And of the 466,137 that's already been expended cleaning the lines, how much work has actually been undertaken?
Through you to Mr. Trump.
Through you, Mayor. Our entire potable water network will be cleaned through this contract over the remainder of this financial year and into next financial year.
Okay. Thank you.
That budget that's mentioned in the report, with 466 expended to date, that includes the water mains renewal program that's been undertaken out at Wallerawang through Oxley Street and Mackenzie.
Yep. No, thank you for that. I've got nothing else to say. I think it's a good report.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Fredericks?
Look, it's basic. Water mains need cleaning. It's something that we have to do, so.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. Any further debate? If not, no, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We now...
Mayor
yes?
Coleman, can I maybe move a procedural motion to go to a block vote if no one wants to talk on any of the issues, that the ones from now until the end of the paper, if they're just to be noted, that we block vote, that we're just noting them.
Some of them,
If someone doesn't want to talk on it.
Yeah, 3.1 needs actually a recommendation. It's
I'll move a recommendation.
So we'll go to 3. So if I could please, we'll go to 3.1 and then we can block vote after that, Councillor Goodwin, because that actually doesn't have a specific recommendation.
Excuse me, Mayor. When we get to it, could Councillor Goodwin actually specify exactly what he wants to block vote?
Yeah, that'll be great. If you could, do you know exactly what you would like to block vote?
Give me a couple of minutes.
All right, while you're doing that, we'll need to move to 3.1. And that's an administration report on page 26. Any motions, councillors?
Yeah, Mayor, I just, the council note the report. Can I just advise the council that I'm not pursuing what the General Manager's indicated in the report. There will be a notice of motion coming back to the next meeting. I think it's on the 24th of February in regards to this matter. And I don't, as I said, I don't need it, so I'm just happy for the council to note the report.
So you're moving that this report be noted. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Statham. So I'll just get this right. You're moving that the report be noted. Councillor Statham has seconded that. Okay, you've spoken to it. Councillor Statham, would you like to speak to that? Any further debate on this matter? Councillor
I'd like some clarification. So, is Councillor Tyso saying he's no longer pursuing this information? Okay. Okay, well, I'd just like to note in that. So, could you clarify what you are pursuing?
Thank you. I'm not. He's indicated that whether to support the release of a redacted confidential information, which is a letter on the 7th of August in 2017. I'm not pursuing that. I don't need it. But I've got a notice of motion coming up at the next council meeting in regards to the matter. And I don't need it as part of the notice of motion. I can do it without it.
Okay, well, that's fine. I've got no problem with that. If I could just make a comment.
You're speaking against, or are you speaking for?
I'd just like to point out something in the document. It doesn't have to be now. I can wait till Councillor Tyso brings back. I'll reference
That might be best then.
Not a problem.
Okay. So I've got a motion that the council note the report. It's been moved. It's been seconded. If there's no further debate, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Councillor Goodwin, have you gone through your list, or do I just keep going until you come back to me?
At the moment, my list is 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6 to next is 3.11.
So you've got 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, 3.6, all the way through to 3.11?
No, stop at 3.6, and
Yep.
then the next one will be 3.11. If someone wants to talk on any of those,
All right, well, what if we do...
Getting that Mayor Coleman, I'd actually like to talk. I've got questions about 311. I support all the others.
Okay, so what if we do...
Can I just say, can we just go through each one, and if it's noted, and if someone wants to talk about it, if it's not, we can just...
All right, well, we'll just go through them. So if you wish... So 3.2, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. So you're moving the recommendation. Councillor Tysus, need a seconder. Councillor Fredericks, is there any discussion? Or Councillor Tysus, are you speaking to that? No? Councillor Fredericks, no? Any further discussion? No? I'll put that. All those in favour, all those against, declare that carried.
With respect, Mayor, can we just put the items that Councillor Goodwin's put up and just vote them in block?
So we've got... No, because Councillor...
Which one? Sorry, which one, Mayor?
We're just going, Councillor Ring, Councillor Statham has expressed an interest to speak, so we're just going to go through them,
fine,
okay? So the next one is 3.3. I need someone to, a motion. Councillor Fredericks, you're moving the recommendation. Seconder, Councillor Goodwin. If there's no further, is there any debate on that? No? I'll put that to you, all those in favour. Declare that carried. 3.4. Can I have a mover or a motion? Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Goodwin. If there's no further, is there any debate?
Yes.
3.4? Okay.
Yes. Yes, I can. There's a couple of, I think, just a minor error. So, sorry, if you go back to, it's in the heat twice, but it's the Creamer Park retaining wall. There's been, I don't know whether Mr. Edgecombe is aware, there's been a massive collapse there. Oh, good, I'm pleased about that. I'm not pleased about it, but obviously there's some problems there. And in the financial report, There is a
Are you referring to 3.4, Councillor Statham? Yep.
Yes, I am. I think there's an error in the investment report with the retaining wall at Creamer Park. One's got 235. I know it's not a big discrepancy. One's got 258. Pages 38 and 34. That just might need to be changed, I think, if possible. Thank you.
Can I get a response, or do you want us to take that on notice, Councillor Statham? Do you want a
it's
response,
just incorrect. It wouldn't be. It's not a big error, but it is an error, and it just in case that something doesn't add up. That is probably where it's not a big error, but it's an error.
Okay, so can we
so
get
it
a
needs to be.
Can we get it? Can we have that noted, or so we'll take that on notice? You're happy
Yes,
for that?
absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Ring.
I have sought information. I did receive it, but I think it would be good with future reports like this. If we're looking at high value supplier payments, it'd be nice to know what are from grant funding. Grant funding is very topical. It'd be nice to know what's grant funding, if it's on time, that sort of thing. Doesn't have to be like just an overall statement, but just what's coming from where.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. If there's no further debate, I've got a mover and I've got a seconder, which was Councillor Fredericks and Councillor Goodwin. If you're happy for me to put it, I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. 3.5. Thank you, Councillor Tyser.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any debate on this matter? No? I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. 3.6.
I'll move the motion.
So, Councillor Fredericks, seconder. Councillor Goodwin. Any debate?
Yeah, just one thing on this one. I think in the information session that we had in relation to the State of the Region report, we were talking about changing it from the State of the Region to the LGA report.
Can we have some commentary on that?
I'll second that. I think we spoke about that at the...
so is that an amendment, Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, it's an amendment. If
we want to put an amendment.
Next time we can start referring to it as the State of the Local Government Area report or something similar.
Okay. So would you like that noted?
Yes.
Yes. So are we happy to note that? Yep. Oh, Mr. Eld would like to speak to that anyway. Are you happy for that? Yep.
Through yourself, Mayor Coleman. Yes, that has been taken on board. That is an incorrect statement title in here. The PDF or the actual report document has had the title page changed and the references are changed now. So we're moving through that, and it's a good point. Thank you.
You happy with that, Councillor Goodwin? Thank you. Okay, I've got a mover or a seconder. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. 3.7, which is page 43.
Happy to move it.
I'll move that.
I just moved it.
So, and Councillor Statham can second. So, Councillor Ring?
Look, I'm satisfied with the recommendation. It seems fair and reasonable. I'm glad to see this change in the process. I have two questions for you to the administration, if I may.
Absolutely.
In that, what acquittal process is in place to ensure funds are acquitted in a reasonable time frame and for the purpose applied for? And will a report on the acquittal of the projects be tabled directly at a council meeting or in a community development meeting?
So, can we, Mr. Gurney or Mr. Yep.
Through yourself, Mayor Coleman. Yes, Councillor Ring, that is one issue that has been identified from previous processes, and we are moving to that, including the acquittal process and confirmation that the funds have been used as required. One issue that has also arose that we'll be looking at is the retention of funds, that if funds are provided through financial assistance and not used for the purpose because occasionally the value is unable to be met, so funds that are provided can't actually be used for the purpose due to being a lesser value, how we address those issues as well. And yes, we'll be bringing a report through initially the Community Development Committee.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Gurney, you'd like to add to that, Councillor Ring, if you could.
Yep, thank you.
Through you, Mayor, just briefly, the acquittal requirements are set out in policy 4.2 financial assistance, so that is followed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Statham?
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. In the report on page 46, 45, we give so much allocation to sporting related sponsorships and financial assistance, including waiving of sports grant and hire fees, financial assistance for junior representatives, etc., etc. There is one that I think we really underdo. I think we need to seriously think about giving each school $75. It has been $50 for decades, and it's quite offending when we go to these schools to give out that we're nearly last on the list because of the least money we give.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. The General Manager would like to comment if that's okay.
I mean, this has already been gone through, but for the next financial assistance long term, I think $75 is not too much to ask for.
Mr Gurney, would you like to comment?
Through you, Mayor, I had noted that myself when I attended the LaSalle graduation ceremony, and I've asked for that to be changed in
good.
in the next
Thank
budget.
you. That's good.
Happy with that, Councillor Statham?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, also Councillor Frederick and Councillor Tysus.
I did notice in this report the ones that event date has passed. These are pretty much ones that are heavily volunteered or reflect ones that are quite struggling. For instance, the Portland Golf Club event date passed before they could get the grant. What surprised me was the event date passing for what Lithgow High School Spectacular asked. These are very talented students, and for something like that to slip through the cracks kind of peeves me off, because we should be supporting our kids in whatever creative way that they are choosing to go, and that should have not been slipped through. That should have been hit up straight away.
Generally, this goes to the Community Development Committee, which you're on, Councillor Fredericks, which is fantastic because you'll be able to help us keep an eye on it. Thank you. And Councillor Tysus, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. There was something about acquittals. I haven't got the motion in front of me. We want acquittals for all of them. Is that what you're saying?
So the recommendation is the fact that they, let me just go. The council approved 10,470 round 2 non-recurrent financial assistance to the following 10 projects.
Yep.
That's the notice of that's the recommendation we're
And
currently.
what was the issue with accruals? You wanted reports back from the people of what they spent the money on. Is that
Effectively, it's all council money. It's all community money.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if it's 500 or 500,000. We need to see that it's spent for what it's given for. That's all.
just in regards to that? Because these are small groups. I just wanted to put some sort of a limit on it. Like I don't know whether I think it might be 750 or something like that. Where anything over 751, we need some sort of acquittal. But I think to make some of these, some of them got $400 and we're making them jump through hoops. I mean,
I might get Mr. Gurney to speak on that if you're okay.
I'm quite happy to waive acquittals for those that are below 750 or below, and $751,000, $1,500. Yes, I'm happy to see what they've spent it on, but I think you have to have some sort of limit. I mean, I don't expect the Cape Edition District Progress Association to be, volunteers going to all the trouble to tell me what they spent $400 on if they've asked me for.
We need a balance, is what you're saying. Is that correct,
yeah.
Councillor Tysus? I might just ask Mr. Gurney to speak to that.
Through you, Mayor. The acquittal requirements, as I mentioned, are set out in Policy 4.2 Financial Assistance. The policy is due to be updated. At the moment, though, amounts financial assistance of less than 500. There are thresholds set. So at less than 500, all that's required are receipts detailing the expenditure, and it goes forward to more than 10,000. An audited financial statement is required. So there are thresholds set in the policy.
And maybe if you could look at the threshold being $750, because you're talking about the book prize, now you're talking $75. I could see the same sort of thing happening where we haven't kept up with the costs. So that could be looked at into the thing. I just don't know why. Apart from a couple of receipts, I don't want to make them jump through hoops to try and get there.
Thank you, Councillor Tysus. If there's no further debate, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. We now have 3.8. Absolutely.
Mayor Coleman, could I just please make one comment?
Sure.
I noticed in that last item that the 24th of February 2025 is when council will receive the nominations to be voted on. Now, we're not all back at work as everyone goes back at different times. But the next one for the recommendation is February 25. We've got to have our community development meeting, and then you've got to get it to council. How are you going to propose to get it out to the public so we get lots of nominations and not just the same ones that we always
I have every faith in the staff to get it out into the public. The communications team will be working very hard.
Because a lot of people remember older committee people do not do Facebook.
Yeah, no, communications team will be all over it.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, so we're up to 3.8.
I move the recommendation.
So
I'll second it.
So Councillor Tysus, Councillor Goodwin has seconded. Any debate, Councillor Tysus? No?
No, I don't think it needs to. I'm quite happy with that. It's something we do for all various groups that utilise that hall for that particular day and that sort of thing, so I've got no problems with it.
You're right. Councillor Goodwin, you've got any debate on that matter?
No dramas with the Comedy Festival. I really like what it does and what it brings for the town. Just my commentary would be comments on Facebook about it doesn't look good from a councillor requesting money and putting it on Facebook. That's just my commentary. I don't think that it was, I suppose, appropriate. But I'm all for the festival and I'm all for the grant.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further debate? Councillor Ring, then Councillor Fredericks.
Yeah, I'm not going to support it. I know it's not a large sum of money, but when the council puts out publicly that, and this is on the 21st of January, the council business paper out today, one from myself and me asking for a handout. Now that could be tongue in cheek, maybe not, but it is about public perception. Now, Councillor Evangelidis has done the right thing. He's declared a conflict of interest. He's left the meeting. So under ICAC guidelines, there's no corrupt conduct. And when defining corrupt conduct, ICAC have 4 elements to identify.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor.
It's the same thing we spoke about earlier where you're making comments about somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Can't do it.
I'm going to bring you back to your attention to acts of disorder, 15.11D, page 26, please, Councillor Ring.
Clarification, because I'm not attacking councillor. I'm just saying that from a reasonable person's perception, would this be seen as inappropriate behaviour? Does it pass the pub test? I don't think it does.
Well, that's up to the community to decide.
Well, that's fine, and I can't support it on that basis.
Yeah, and you're entitled to do that, and I respect that opinion. Councillor Fredericks?
All right, there is just one thing that I have to correct. It's in the risk management where it says no complaints were received following the event. I've actually received emails from someone who sent a complaint on the 21st of January, so I understand why it's not in this comment. It was sent after these were all printed out and ready, but they did want me to go on record stating that someone has complained about it. So there's that. And
just in regards to that, Councillor Frederick, they're more than welcome to send their complaints straight to the General Manager.
Yeah, they have.
Okay,
they just wanted me to make sure that it was noted that there has been a complaint.
Yep, that's fine.
Now, I don't have an issue with, from my understanding, waiving the $795. I don't have an issue with that. I'm sure we can do that with multiple groups. That's not an issue. What concerned me was seeing the amount here of $3,850 as a loan. We're not a bank. We're not a financial institution. This sets a dangerous precedence, especially if ticket sales aren't what one expects. So I would happily vote for the $795, but I will never vote for the $3,850.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Do I have any further debate on this matter? Councillor Statham?
Yes. Now this is very tricky. item. I value and applaud anybody that gets behind anything to do with fundraising and also, providing entertainment in our local government area. I have had probably 9 people in the last 2 days say, surely you're not going to vote for that. I said, well, I need to know more facts. But, I think that the public are going to see this as something worse than it is. And to be a councillor, I applaud the councillor that has requested this. However, I can't possibly condone this at the moment because of the fact that it's going to appear that how on earth can we say no to anybody else? This is a business owned by one person. We don't loan money to council staff. I wouldn't suggest we don't loan money to councillors. I worry for his reputation. I think he should. The only way forward that I could see this occurring, that he might get some assistance with, and some, for want of another word, somebody going to champion that cause, is the financial assistance. So it's February, and I think if he put in for the financial assistance, the great thing about that is we can vote on it, but also the committee is made up of normal, average people in the workforce. So they can then determine whether it seems a fair thing to do. But I don't think councillors have any right. It's not our money. It's ratepayers' money. And I would love the festival to go ahead. I think it's a fabulous idea. But are we going to ruin council's reputation that we're trying to get back? There's another way around. If he goes to financial assistance and lobbies the people there, you might find that they go through, and it'll be a more simple idea to go through in financial assistance and not get the bagging out we're going to get if we lend a councillor this amount of money. It doesn't matter if it's $20. We can't do it. It's not ethical. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. I'm assuming you'll be voting against it, but there is questions that you raised that should be answered. So if you're happy for the General Manager to answer some of those questions you raised.
Yes.
Through you, Mayor. Just regarding financial assistance, there are eligibility criteria, and the Comedy Festival would not fall within that criteria. Not for financial assistance, no.
It's a fee waiver, Councillor Statham.
Councillor involved. It's got nothing to do with the person involved. It's got everything to do with ethical decisions. And it is not ethical at any stage in the whole time I've been on council to lend a councillor money or a person of notoriety in the council. It just isn't. Can you imagine other councils when they hear this? Other councils and the public? So don't be surprised if it makes the front page of the paper or something, or the headlines of the news. It's not about the amount of money. It's about having an ethical council voting for something that we're proud of. I want the comedy to go ahead, but surely there's another way to get a few $1,000s. It's not a lot of money. It doesn't matter with us if it's a lot of money, if it's $10. We can't do it.
Thank you.
I'm sure the ICAC would suggest that is the correct information.
Councillor Statham, thank you. Councillor Ring.
I'd just like clarification. Although I'm not supporting it, there is no motion before us about loaning money. What is before us is a fee waiver. I do share, but it's not a loan. It is a fee waiver. I don't agree with it, but it is not a loan.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Yes, the recommendation clearly states the support by a commercial day use fee waiver. There's no loans mentioned in the recommendation. There's no money being loaned. It's a fee waiver. Anyway, further debate on this matter? Councillor Marnie?
Just to reiterate that point, wavering is making a decision not to receive income. I understand every councillor's concern about handing cash out with the intention of it being paid back. Unfortunately, I can't support that either. But I think one of the things that we can use for startups, for events, is allowing an organisation to have a waiver which says we won't get income, but we think there is a benefit by this event going forward. Obviously, it shouldn't happen year after year. You'd hope that at some stage the event monetises itself and that it's able to then support itself financially. So I can support the waiver, but I think the point's going to be moot anyway, because what I'm understanding from the report that if the 3,850 isn't coming forward, there is no event at the Union Theatre, so the wavering will be a moot point.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Money. Is there any further debate? And I'll come back to you, Councillor Styces, for your right reply, please.
Yeah, Mayor, I don't have a problem with that. I take on board the executive summary where it says council is in receipt of a request for a sponsorship support agreement for the Lithgow Comedy Festival. The event is requesting a waiver of council venue hire fees for the Union Theatre. And then it goes into and for council sponsorship monies. We haven't done that. All we've done is a waiver for the council hire fees for the Union Theatre on one day, for a day use. All those other things, which are all outlined in the report here, are gone. They're not applicable. It's just a fee waiver, and whether it's a council involvement or not, it could be a councillor who's on a committee or whatever. The reality is they've declared an interest. This is a fee waiver. We're not giving them anything. This is not even sponsorship, for goodness sakes. It's just a fee waiver for a day hall that we would give to all sorts of groups that would be coming here to perform or to do something to benefit the community.
Thank you, Councillor Styces. That's the right reply. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Can someone please...
Move division, please.
Sure. Councillor Statham is called a division, so I'll put that to you. All those in favour, please raise your hand. We have Councillor Goodwin, we have Councillor Smith, we have Councillor Marnie, we have Councillor Fredericks, we have Councillor Ticehurst, we have Councillor Coleman. All those against? Councillor Statham, Councillor Ring. The matter's been carried. Can someone please ask Councillor Evangelides to come back into the room? Yeah. Now it's cold. Yeah, that's fine. The aircon's working well and truly. Thank you, councillors. Alright, we're up to item 310, which is page 57. Is there any motions?
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment if I may.
So you're moving it with an amendment, Councillor Ring?
Yes, the amendment is that a decision on DA 090/95 mod A002/24 is deferred until a non-site meeting is arranged and more information is provided to councillors on potential health risks.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Is there a seconder? Councillor Evangelides, there's a seconder. Debate, please, Councillor Ring.
Look, there have been serious issues raised about silica and silica health risks. There has been some information provided. I'm not satisfied. I'd actually like to go out and see the site. I'd like to get further information so that I can make an informed decision. At the moment, the report, the DA report, only talks about, references one specific test a year. They do have sediment filters out there catching it. There's a big difference between sediment close to the site and fine particles of silica going down to people's houses. So I think we really need to have a look at this and get more information before we make a decision.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Fredericks, did you second that? Yes? No? Who? I'm sorry, Councillor Evangelides.
I agree with Councillor Ring. I think these site visits are so valuable for us. The ones we did recently, we have to do them. I support Councillor Ring there.
Thank you, Councillor Evangelides. Any further debate? Councillor Ticehurst, you're looking at
Mayor, I just want to know whether the council received any complaints.
Yeah, I believe they did receive some submissions.
And what were they?
Would you like to go through it, Mr. Gurney? Or Mr.
They were
Elton?
health related.
One was health related. One, yeah. But I do know the gentleman. So, is that your objection to that, Councillor Ticehurst?
We've had one objection. I've got no problems with this report. I mean, it's scrutinised by us and the state government anyway, so... It's been out there for many decades.
Are you moving an amendment, Councillor Tyson?
Well, I'm just going to vote against it. I'm going to move the DA, that's all.
Okay, so you're going to move the DA, is it?
Well, I have a matter arising, depending on what that does.
Matter arising. What if you just do an amendment, Councillor Tyson, and the fact that you moved the original recommendation?
I'll move the recommendation, thank you.
As an amendment, thanks. So we'll come back to Councillor Ring and we'll put that motion forward. Betty, you'll need... Well, Councillor Tyson will need a second for his amendment, so I'm a Councillor Fredericks. Are you happy to second that? All right, so we're going to amendment. So actually, we'll do the amendment now. So Councillor Tyson's got an amendment in front of us, so we'll need to vote on that first. And he's moving the original recommendation as an amendment. So is there any debate? So you're happy with what you said, Councillor Fredericks? You do want to debate on that? All right, so I'm going to move. Councillor Goodwin, you want some debate?
Can I just ask, do this company would do dust testing quite regularly, once a week, once a month? Or
I can get that answer for you, Mr. Elwood.
Through yourself, Ms. Coleman, we will get clarification, and we do receive tests. We have received their latest dust tests, which were conducted in June last year, so 6 months ago, and those have been received. The testing requirements, as per the EPA requirements and per their consent, are met to our knowledge, but we do need to investigate further. We also have the standard guidelines that they adhere to, which are the state guidelines for aerial dust testing. So, in effect, they're meeting the guideline requirements at present. Sorry, they're meeting the testing requirements for the guidelines at present. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Are you happy with that answer? Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Has anything arose from the dust testing at all?
Yes, Mr. Elwood would be able to answer that.
I take that on notice.
Can you take that on notice? You happy with that? All right, I've got an amendment in front of me.
Could I just...
Sorry, Councillor Martin.
Just make a statement. My reading is that the annual average deposited dust levels have all been well below the 4 grams per metre squared month guideline level recommended by the EPA, indicating that dust control measures implemented at the quarry are effective. So I'm taking that information on face value from the report, so they are sitting well within the EPA guidelines. So,
thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any further debate? I'll put the amendment. So I've got the amendment in front of me. So I'll put the amendment. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We need to do now the amendment becomes the motion, so I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We have to do a division because it's planning, so all those in favour, please put your hand up. So Councillor Statham, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks and Councillor Tyson in favour. Against? Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith and Councillor Coleman. Thank you. The matter's been carried. (311). Is there any motions, councillors? Councillor Marnie, seconder for Councillor Marnie's motion. Councillor Goodwin, you happy to second that? Councillor Marnie, any debate on the matter?
very brief. Just again, very pleased to see this is progressing. It's a significant urban flood issue, so see that moving along is terrific. There's only one question, that the stage 1 of this project will be delivered by the deadline of the grant funding. Do we have a timing for the stage 2? Please, through you,
Mr. Edgecombe, I'm assuming, can answer that. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Coleman, it's impossible to put a time frame on that. It does require the underboring of the rail line, which is why we've amended the project scope to deliver 95% of the project value through the installation of, by minor alignment changes of the pipework and the construction of a new inlet where the new pipework terminates at George Coates Avenue, just on the northern side of the viaduct. So we are continuing to progress with our application. It may be that we don't get that approval. In that case, we will need to consider other options to bring the pipeline underneath the rail corridor.
Just two other quick ones. I'm assuming.
Councillor Marnie, sorry, have you got your microphone?
Sorry, Mayor Coleman. I'm assuming it's Conran Oval we're talking to that'll be out of action for the 24-25. Yeah, okay, thank you. And I'll talk to you about other nuts and bolts things. I won't bore everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Goodwin, you second that?
Yeah, no, I think this is a good. We need to move on with this project. So I've got nothing more to say.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further debate? Councillor Tysos?
Question. I just want to know whether the viaduct's likely to be closed for any of this work.
That's a good question. Mr. Edgecombe?
Temporarily, yes. The pipework stops on the western side of the road, so there will need to be a crossing of George Coates Avenue, but there will be. Generally, these types of assets are built from Farmers Creek back, so that you don't have the pipework filling with water as you're trying to build it. So it'll be some time before that closure needs to be implemented. We definitely broadly consult with all local residents, but also bus lines and emergency services.
Is there any great, like, is it a week, a couple of days, or is it a month, or something like that? That's all I was worried about.
It'll be a fortnight, maybe.
Thank you, Councillor Tysos. Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe. Any further debate on that matter? Right or reply, Councillor Marnie, if you like.
Just noting the design is there to minimise the impact on what's probably one of our most significant streetscapes. So you get a tick off me for that one. So well done.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, Councillor. 3.12. Do we have any motions, councillors?
I'll move that one.
Thank you, Councillor
I'll
Goodwin.
second that.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Goodwin?
No, it's a piece of equipment that we desperately need. Happy to approve it.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Statham?
I concur with Councillor Goodwin. This is absolutely necessary to have a new jet patcher. The roads are starting to improve. We've had lots of disasters and big storms, and the sooner we get the jet patcher in operation and out to the Wallerawang depot, I think it'll be fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Any further debate? Councillor Ring?
Yeah, look, I'm going to support it, but I'd like to point out this is the second major piece of item that has been brought forward for purchase through the SRV, and I've raised this issue with the administration, and it's about making sure that we're balancing out what the SRV was for, and that'll be pursued further in the Finance Committee. I've got no problem with buying the equipment the staff need, none whatsoever. I do have a problem with ensuring that our accounting procedures are in place, so if we're bringing expenditure forward, that when we go into the next period, that we're putting money into the playgrounds and the safety programs. That's the only thing I want to see happen, and I'll pursue it through the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate on this matter?
I've just got a question in regards to the old ones getting tossed. And what about the higher one? Are we keeping that as well? We're running two of these units.
Mr. Edgecombe, have you got a response to Councillor Tysos?
Very, very timely question. We recently undertook a review to figure out the best way forward because our road network has changed in the past half a decade, and our structure should reflect that. So we will be taking off hire the one that we're currently renting. However, we've approached a company in Queensland who professionally refurbishes jet patches and brings them back to almost as new condition. So we'll be following that process. We're getting quotes at the moment. It's a fraction of the price of a brand new one, and we would like to we'll be approaching the council in the coming months with that proposal to seek their endorsement of the tender for that work, so that we can continue running the two jet patches at a reduced cost.
And no doubt the refurbished one will be based at Tarana, is that right?
Wallerawang, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tysos. Thank you, Mr. Edgecombe. If there's no further debate on the matter, I'll put that forward. So I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. 3.13.
I'll move this, thank you.
Oh, yeah, Councillor Statham, you happy? Yeah, and Councillor Statham has moved it. Councillor Tice is the second. Councillor Statham.
I'm very excited to see this is finally underway, and I'm sure Mr. Edgecombe and staff will agree with that. It's been quite a journey for the Pearce family. It commenced in June 2023, and due to the Geographical Names Board, they've had to alter the naming of the George Pearce for the Pearce family. For George, he passed away in 2022, and I find it has been a real hard journey for them, because he's been a man of notoriety in our LGA. I don't think there'd be anybody that had a bad word against George Pearce, so his family will be absolutely delighted if this goes through tonight, and congratulations to the staff for continuing to follow this through. It's taken time, but I'm sure there won't be anybody here tonight that possibly thinks that this is not correct to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Tice? No? Is there any further debate on this item? No? I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Item 311. Oh, sorry, 314. It's getting long in the night. 314. Do I have any motions, councillors? Councillor Fredericks, you're moving it. Thank you. Is there a seconder for this? The lapse, councillors, if we don't get a seconder.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Fredericks, any discussion? No? You're happy with it? Councillor Goodwin, any discussion? No? Okay, any opposition?
Yep.
Yep. Councillor Ring?
I'm not satisfied with it. Let's talk about Free Tree residential development. We've already spent $250,000 on doing a DA planning. It's in place. Now, this report didn't reference the council resolution from 27th of May, but in that report, on the 27th of May, it had a risk assessment of council as a developer, while acting as a developer, has the potential to produce the maximum return for council. It also includes the risk of acting as a developer. Risks such as lack of in-house expertise, local market conditions, rate of sale, increase in construction costs, supply chain issues, time delays due to unforeseen circumstances such as wet weather, can have a negative effect on the council's project return. Council's ability to act as a developer and secure the required project funding may be limited by the New South Wales government policy. That hasn't been referenced in this report. It's been left out. Has anything changed since then? No, I don't believe so. The economic staff are doing layout optimisation. Now, I've been told that there is funds available from LEAP yet again. There's around $60,000 for land development. Why are we focusing that on this, which we've already got underway? There are other areas where the money could be spent. The LEAP document, it references LEAP and the REDS document. The REDS document really has no significant saying on a health precinct. And the LEAP document, on page 55, it doesn't state, it states that the Ballinferls site was developed organically. It doesn't specifically state anywhere in the document of developing this further as a health district. I know there's some synergies there and it's worth looking at. But it also talks about developing a second campus at either Marangaroo or Tallis, neither of which are currently or into the future options. LEAP also talks about the Tallis site being used for advanced manufacturing and additional defence production on page 36. LEAP's got to change for a lot of this. That's a 2-year project. I'm sorry, but I'm not comfortable with this. I think LEAP is grabbing at funds. We need to have a strategic approach to implementing the LEAP project. It's clear from just looking at this in the health precincts that's a bit all over the place. I'm sorry, we need to have a very focused position moving forward, which involves all of the council resources on the same page. I'm not seeing it with this. Adaptive Skills Hub. We're spending $800,000 odd for a very small number of students. The report talks about kicking goals, Nothing's been kicked at the moment. At the last meeting, or I think it was the last meeting, we approved the use of the Centrelink building because if we didn't, there was every chance we're going to lose the grant. We can't afford to lose grants. Yep, LEAP's important. I don't think council is the appropriate person or organisation to run an academic program or support. I think that should be done by WSU or TAFE. They're better equipped to deal with it. We need to focus on other priorities. And I think at the moment we need a very direct plan focused on where we're heading and that all the administration are on board. No one's working in a silo, which appears to be the case at the moment, and that we move forward. And I want a lot of that discussion at the Emerging Economy Committee. So no, I'm not going to vote this because I don't think it's warranted at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate on this matter? Right to reply, Councillor Fredericks.
From my understanding, this was all explained to us. Our TAFE cannot actually hold these because they do not have what is needed for it. The Centrelink building is able to supply that, from what I have understood from all
If
the
I could,
meetings.
that's only for the current project.
So, please continue, Councillor Fredericks.
Yeah, that's it.
That's all you need?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If that's the right of reply, I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Sure. The division has been called, so all those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Smith, are you raising your hand? No? Councillor Marnie, Councillor Fredericks, Councillor Tysus and Councillor Coleman. All those against, please raise your hand. Councillor Ring and Councillor Smith, the matter's been carried. Thank you. 311, which is tender
I'll
evaluation.
move that way, thank you.
Portland
Sorry.
Sunny Corner bus stop and
315.
related civil 315. Tender evaluation Portland Sunny Corner bus stop and related civil works. You're moving that, Councillor Statham?
I'll second it.
Seconder. Councillor Goodwin. Councillor Statham.
Yes, great news. Terrific news. There's a lot of new subdivisions in this area now and lots more children that I've had the fortune to meet over the last 3 months. It's been something, again, that's taken a little while, but thank you to Mr. Edgecombe and his staff for pursuing this, because recently I attended a funeral and it was very, very wet, and there were several ladies came that was dropped off by a little minibus. They had nowhere to stand, nowhere even to be protected, so we all gave them our umbrellas, but how lovely it would have been if that bus shelter was already near the cemetery. I realise it's a lot of money for a bus shelter, but it's also a tremendous amount of civil work that needs to be done, and that civil work will also make it great for the amount of funerals that we have in Portland, and I think that Portland's going to feel that they've not been neglected. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Goodwin.
Yeah, nothing to say, just that it's a good project and it should go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further debate on this topic? No? Put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We have a late report, which is 317, which came in before. Councillors, is there any motion?
Yep, I'd like to move it with an additional point if I may.
Yes, definitely. And is there a seconder or?
Well, I probably should read out the second point
no
first.
I'll just read the item as LEAP Communications and Engagement Strategy. So, Councillor Ring.
Second point is that the development of additional working parties or committees is referred to the Emerging Economy Committee with the recommendations being presented to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Is there a seconder? Councillor Marnie. Thank you, Councillor Ring.
Well, thank you for that. I have an issue with this. We've got a document that says we're going to establish an Indigenous group to work on LEAP. It was already advertised last year before coming to Council. I'm sorry, but if we're going to have committees, they need to come to Council either through a committee or here, not just done administratively. I don't think that's acceptable. It needs to come to Council. And as for the Indigenous group, There was a motion some time ago in the first council I was on about establishing a working party or an advisory group with the Indigenous community. I think a more generic advisory committee would be preferable, and that could then look at a raft of issues, not just LEAP, but lifestyle, health issues, social issues. That's critical. That's what we need. Not a group that's targeted down to something that they won't feel comfortable with. For a lot of them, it's going to be educational issues, and they're no different to anyone else. They want the best for their kids. They've got problems and issues. I think it shouldn't be a very specific committee. I think it should be a generic committee which looks at a broad raft of issues as a social committee. That's why I've moved the amendment. I'm then happy for it to go out on public exhibition and people can say what they want.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie? No. Is there any further commentary on this matter? Councillor Statham, would you like
Yes,
to say
definitely.
something?
I think this is one of the most important documents that has come through council, and I think that the people on the committee that are going to form a committee should be people with lots of skills, energetic, know Lithgow backwards and front and inside out, but most of all get people that have a clear vision for what they'd like to see our future be. There's no point in having just people that live in town that are quite happy to live here but they don't want to really get involved. We need somebody that's very strategic, very educated and very keen and have a passion. We can't just have a committee of several different people we pick from around the town. That can be done, but they've got to be high-level business people or educated at a university level and have much more knowledge than I would have with this area. We need somebody that's got a lot of clout, a lot of energy, and most of all, passion.
Thank you, Councillor Statham, for those comments. Is there any further debate on this matter? No? I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you for that, councillors. We're now up to 4.1, Audit Risk Improvement Committee Minutes, 10th of December 2024. Is there any motions?
Move it.
You're moving what's on the record?
Yep.
What's on the paper? Yep. Councillor Fredericks is seconding that. Councillor Ring, you'd like to speak to that?
No, I think it's the minutes are quite accurate. I don't think there's anything to raise at this point.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Fredericks? No, you're happy. Councillor Marnie, did you?
Yeah, I'd actually like the next information session a report back on this meeting. There were some issues in the minutes. There seemed to be incomplete actions or improvement plans, and I just want to get a feel for what's happening. I'm happy to have a conversation with yourself, Councillor Ring, but I did have concerns reading the minutes, so...
Yeah, we might get Mr Gurney to respond to that, Councillor Marnie, if you're okay. Mr Gurney, please.
Through you, Mayor, we have distributed the business paper for the next information session, which is next Tuesday. It's just checking as an option if you'd be comfortable with that going to the Finance Committee, which is being scheduled for later in February.
You happy with that, Councillor Marnie? Yeah? Okay, thank you. No need for right of reply, Councillor Bing? Unless you
No,
want
put it.
No, put
Just
it?
put
Okay. Alright, I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We've got 5.1, which is the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation Board Meeting Report, 13th of November 2024.
I'd like to move it.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie seconding that. Councillor Ring?
It is a good set of minutes and report. I'd just like to point out I did attend the first workshop on 28th of November. I was a bit sceptical at the Central West organisation, but I found it to be very useful, and I'll be attending the next workshop in March, and I would encourage councillors to attend the next workshop. I found it very beneficial.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie?
I won't talk too much, but there was an interesting element in the report about health advocacy, which I think there was a number of points on that tonight, so that's worth looking at, and it addresses some of those issues about how we get the people we need to come and live in our areas, those practitioners, and some of the challenges across the broader region. So I found that quite useful. So
Thank you, Councillor Marty. Do I have any further commentary or debate on this matter? No? I'll put it. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. 5.2. Councillor Frederick's delegates report for Search Dog Sydney. Any motions? Would you like to move it? Yeah. And so Councillor Frederick move it. Councillor Tysers would like to second that. Would you like to speak to it? No?
It's just a quick review of what was said on the day that I was present.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. It's actually a very good report. Councillor Tysers, you've seconded that?
Yeah, I just congratulate Councillor Fredericks for doing all that for the council, and she got some great information for anything like these situations that may occur here.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Statham?
Yes, well done, Councillor Fredericks. It's a great report. Congratulations.
Any further commentary? No? I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We're up to business of great urgency. Do we have any?
Yep.
Councillor Statham?
Yes, I hope that you will agree that this is a business of great urgency. I've been bringing it up now for probably 10 years. The old Portland Hospital is an absolute disgrace. I went and had an inspection yesterday with some people. We need to become tough but fair, and Portland is crying out for us as councillors and the GM and the Mayor to do something. I've been asking since 2012 to 14, and again the last 3 years, and surely to goodness we have to be proud of what's happened in our area. At the moment, Portland is disgusted with the council not doing anything. We've got to do something. Doing nothing is not, just doing nothing is not going to be good enough. It's time that we used our penalty infringement notice policy to be able to direct these people. We've already sent warnings, I believe. It is, all the windows are being smashed now, all the doors are being busted open. It's a drug place, I believe. I was talking to some people the other day. There's lots of children in there, young as 10, going in there with older children that are using it for drugs. The gardens are a disgrace. The little place at the back of it, that was the nurses' quarters, is being let run down. And this is right in the heart of where we've just spent a lot of money on doing the grandstand at Crem Park and the retaining wall, and the men's shed are working really hard in Portland, and they're ashamed of their entrance, so they've actually changed their entrance. We need to do something. I plead with the Mayor. You know that hospital? You know what it looks like?
Yes, Councillor Statham. Look, I'll consider it a great urgency, considering that it's been going on since 2012.
Okay,
was that when you were the Mayor? Was that back
Yes,
then as well?
yes,
So you were the
yes.
Mayor back in 2000 and
Yes,
2000.
it
So
was.
it's been ongoing since 2012, 2014. So I will rule it as a matter of great urgency, but I do need to put that to the council. So I'll put that to you, that all those in favour that it's business of great urgency. So I've moved that, and Councillor Statham seconded that. You've agreed to that, so that's carried. So my understanding is that you'd like to follow that up.
Yes.
Councillor Statham?
And the old Coleman House is on the same block. It's 26 acres. It would be an amazing, beautiful little subdivision. We've got to do something. The elderly people of Portland are absolutely disgusted, and it's embarrassing. So either send them no more warning signs.
So we need to look at infringement process. Is that what you're talking?
That's correct.
That's what you're saying?
And not just $1,000. We need to
So
make sure that
we
we
have-
can get an ending to this, so it can be either sold or re-established.
So we're looking at an infringement process. Is that what you're suggesting,
I'm
Councillor
happy whatever the
Statham?
General Manager considers appropriate, but I think there's plenty of people probably will watch this, and if we don't do something and make something happen, I would be ashamed to be a councillor.
So, Mr. Gurney, what is it that you can help? How can we, pursue this?
Through you, Mayor, I'd have to take it on notice and look at the options, working with Mr. Elwood.
So you happy with that, Councillor Statham?
I'm happy for any process to go through that brings progress.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Tarsus?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, is it possible to bring that report back to the next council meeting? Or
That'd
you
be
need
great.
to-
So what if, Councillor
you need to
Statham, what if you,
fine.
what if you move that we have a report come back to the next council meeting in regards to this topic? Are you happy with that?
Yes, I will be. And if it was safer, I'd ask for an inspection of councillors and the staff. But I don't believe it's safe.
No, I don't think you're right on the money. It's probably not safe. So are you happy with that, Councillor Tarsus?
Yeah, thank you. It's just that we can then stick the stamp on whatever the recommendations might be, so we can give support to the staff to actually get something done.
Okay, so we'll move. Councillor Statham's going to remove that, and you're happy to second that, Councillor Tarsus? I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We need that for the minutes. If there's nothing further,
I have one.
Oh yes,
I have
Councillor
one now. I've just
Tarsus.
been advised that there's been no maintenance whatsoever by the landholder of Tuma Park, the park in Tuma Crescent. There's a park up there that snakes, overgrown. Nothing's been done for over a year. If we can, it's causing some sort of a problem with the young
Can we
children
take that
using
on?
the area.
Happy to take that on. We'll do that as administratively. Are you happy,
Yeah,
Russell?
just to clarify, it's Old Timber Park. It's in the middle of Jingai, Lily, Ninda, Opala, Rowena. It's been over a year since it's
How do you spell that?
TOOMA.
Thank you.
So it's been over a year since it's been mowed. I freak out because my dog's killed 3 rats, and we know what follows rats.
Yeah.
And kids are running through it, so it does need to be addressed, unfortunately.
Are you happy for administration to take that on board? And so, Mr. Edgecombe, you've got carriage of that? Thank you. You're happy with that? Right, we're there. All right. So that's business of great urgency. We now have to go into closed council. So I need someone to move.
I'll move that way.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. We're moving into closed council. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We're now in closed council. We've just resolved two items in a closed council. I'll hand over to the General Manager who will advise.
Through you, Mayor. Item 7.1, confidential approval of specialist services for Walgan Road reconstruction project. Council resolved that Council appoint GHD Proprietary Limited as technical subject matter experts acting on Council's behalf with an upper limiting fee of $605,748.70 excluding GST, which is based on their tendered fee of $526,738 plus a contingency of $79,010.70, 15% of the fee. And point 2, appoint BD Infrastructure Proprietary Limited as environmental and sustainability and community and stakeholder specialists acting on Council's behalf with an upper limiting fee of $671,289.50 excluding GST, which is based on their tendered fee of $583,730 plus a contingency of $87,559.50, 15% of the fee. Item 7.2, geotechnical investigation and options assessment for Browns Gap Road recovery. Council resolved that Council vary WSP's engagement by $754,567 excluding GST, increasing the total contract value to $7,603,748.50 for the purpose of providing expert geotechnical assessment, options, analysis and strategic design services to the Browns Gap Road rehabilitation project, funded entirely by the disaster recovery prepayment provided by the New South Wales and Australian governments. And finally, 7.3, project management services Browns Gap Road. Council resolved that Council, point 1, vary Wasabi Group's engagement by $304,408 excluding GST, increasing the total contract value to $2,02,137 for the purpose of providing expert project management services to the Browns Gap Rehabilitation Project, funded entirely by the disaster recovery prepayment provided by the New South Wales and Australian governments. And point 2, increase the 24-25 budget for the Browns Gap Rehabilitation Project by $1,063,945.51 to a total value of $1.4 million to facilitate the completion of the essential public asset reconstruction application prior to 30th of June 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurney. The meeting's now closed, 11:52. Thank you and good night and travel safely.